All right, everybody. How's it going? We are live for the first time. Gonna be doing some live PopStroke commentary for the big tournament. This is a big one, guys. This is a big one. I just did a little bit of little blast there, so hopefully we get some people to come in. I'm going live on YouTube right now to do commentary about the tournament. All right, we got one viewer. How's it going? Going to be doing some live commentary. The tournament starts in 12 minutes. So we got a very exciting tournament coming up here. I'm going to be on my phone viewing the scores live on my phone. And we got some of the best out there. Let's look at some of these teams here. I don't know if you heard or not, but Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour Pro, is in the event. He's playing with a guy by the name of Corey Johnson, whoever that is. They ended up with 58 teams, so that's pretty cool. Give me 1 second. I just got to get my charger real quick. Appreciate you sticking with me. This is the first time I've ever done this, so we'll see how it goes. I'm talking to you from beautiful San Diego, California. And let's look at some of these teams here. 58 teams total in this one. Was surprised they got that many teams. I didn't think that they would, but they got a good amount of teams for this, so that's great. We got 319, so 619 Eastern. So the tournament's going to be starting here in 11 minutes. So we got 11 minutes till the tee times start. They are doing a shotgun start for both rounds. They're going to do a shotgun start for round one, and then they're going to have a long break, and then they're going to reshuffle. They're going to do a shotgun start for the second round, but they're going to put the leaders going off like on holes 1, 2, and 3. So that'll be really cool. So the leaders will finish on 18 or close to. So let's look at some of these teams here. A lot of guys that I'm not really familiar with here. Obviously, one of the big favorites here, Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson. The dream team is back together. Gosh, watch out for that team. Watch out for that team, of course. We got Pete Line and Jacob Fair. So Pete Line and Jacob Fair, they won the qualifier out there. I think that was a couple weeks ago. And they're obviously, one of the favorites here. Watch out for Rob Morris and Upendra Modak. Those of you who don't know Opendra is a guy that saw my show on the ESPN 8 to Ocho show, and he came out to the Myrtle Beach tournament, and he didn't really putt that great. He won the amateur flight. He didn't really putt that great. I'm talking about Upendra Modak. He's playing with Robert Morris. He didn't really putt like that great, but he did win the amateur flight, and he just fell in love with what we were doing. And then he took a real liking to the National Putting Tour and to this whole world of competitive putting, and he's gotten a lot better. And he played very well at the tournament that we did for the National Putting Tour in Daytona. And now he's teamed up with Robert Morris. So watch out for that team. Another really strong team. You got Pete Line and Jacob Fair. Excuse me, I've already mentioned them. Tito Silverman and Chi Nu Wen. Holy cow, watch out for that team. Uh, I know that Chi had lost a partner, and I thought Tito was playing with someone else, but he's playing with Chi. So Chi Nguyen, those of you who don't know Chi Nguyen won the team event with Adam Shanks at Scottsdale PopStroke. Uh, Chi Nguyen also just won recently the National Putting Tour Daytona tournament that we did. Chi won that one as well. So Chi Nguyen, and then Tito Silverman. Those of you who are not familiar with Tito Silverman finished second to Taylor Montgomery in the 2019 Major Series of Putting. Tito Silverman is a guy that usually does more natural grass tournaments, but he's played in some PopStroke events. He finished second at the Glendale PopStroke Tour Series event. So watch out for Tito Silverman and Chi Nguyen. That's a hell of a team. Hans Olofsson and Nate Nichols. If you don't know who Hans Olofsson is, then you're probably living in a cave somewhere, because Hans Olofsson is considered one of the best competitive putters in the world. The guy is just absolutely phenomenal. And so, yeah, Hans Olsen and Nate Nichols. Nate Nichols just recently won the Professional Putters Association championship. So Hans Olsen and Nate Nichols, that's a hell of a team. And we got 10 minutes, or excuse me, 7 minutes till the tee off times. Now on the app here, I'm looking at the Golf Genius app. Uh, it says that they're going to start at 7:15 Eastern, but I don't think that's right. I think the schedule that I got was 6:30 Eastern, so I think we got 6 minutes here. I'll go ahead and text. Nathan Strand has been texting me, and I'll go ahead and text him right now and find out when they're starting. But Hans Olsen, Nate Nichols, hell of a team there. Frank Bessesi and Seve Kakelkia, that's who I was going to mention earlier. Those of you who don't know Frank Bessesi is one of the top competitive putters in the nation. The guy plays for the Team USA Putting, and Frank Bessesi. And then Seve Kakelkia, I believe he's from somewhere in Europe. He's come out to some of the PopStroke stuff. He's had some great showings, so watch out for Frank Bessesi and Seve Kakelkia. Robert Deloche, Nick Hatch, kind of a dark horse team there. Robert Deloche has had some really good finishes in some of the PopStroke events. I love Robert. He's a great guy. He's done a lot to help the National Putting Tour, and they're kind of a dark horse team. Robert Deloche and Nick Hatch. Then there's one of the Hall of Fame dream teams, Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham. I mean, doesn't get much better than Gibraltar and Statham. Rainey Statham, Professional Putters Association Hall of Famer, U.S. Pro Mini Golf Hall of Famer, countless wins. Did very well in the World Putting Tour Championship. It was in the final group, finished in the top 10 of that tournament, which is one of the toughest fields in competitive putting. And then Jeff Gibraltar, National Putting Tour champion, World Putting Tour champion. Gibraltar hasn't had the greatest of showings in PopStroke events, but I would say that he's due for a big one here. So watch out for Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham. Give me a second here. Let me text Nathan Strand and find out when they're starting. So let me just go ahead and show you a couple of these. So we got Nathan Strand sending me some pictures. There's that's a little signage and some people getting ready for the tournament there. Here's a beautiful view of get it. Yeah. Here's a beautiful view of the venue. The sun's just about setting there, and the guys are getting ready. Here's another view of the setup. They got a nice practice putting green there, and you can see that. Get a little bit closer here. You can see that beautiful practice putting green they got. The guys are getting ready. I'm gonna text him when the start. So yeah, that sign said 57 teams. It's something around there. They might have, some teams come in late, but that makes for a pretty good prize pool. So some interesting things about this tournament that we'll kind of follow here. Okay, so we're already getting some scores here. So it looks like they've already started. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell. I can't believe I forgot about this guy. So Dax Isbell won a tournament in at Tin Cup in Cumming, Georgia. He's a college kid, and this kid can putt. He said he was going down to this event. I guess he's playing with his brother. They're already 2 under right now. So if you want to look at the live leaderboard, go to puttingchannel.com and open up another browser window. Keep me, in your browser, but open up a different browser window and go to puttingchannel.com. And right in the banner of puttingchannel.com, you'll see a button that's a leaderboard button, and you can get to the leaderboard with that. So we're already getting some scores here. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell at -2. Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson at -1. So we're already getting some scores. Unfortunately, Mark Rickabaugh and Molly Myers already at +9. They're having a rough go. Let's look at some of these other teams, see if there's anything of note here. I'm really happy for Dax Isbell. Hell of a putter. Like I said, he won a national putting tour event. Dax Isbell, Cole Isbell leading the team right now. Let's look at the singles leaderboard. So singles leaderboard right now, we got PGA Tour pro Nick Dunlap leading the way at -1 through 6 holes. So I guess they got started a little bit early. Um, Nick Dunlap at -1, Cole Isbell at even par, Dax Isbell at even par right now through 7 holes. So the tournament is underway, folks, and the scores are starting to pour in here. It does look like we do have a slew of guys that have not started. So I see here for one of the start times, 6 p.m., they might be doing two different flights. I think that's what's going on here. I didn't know that. I thought they were all going to shotgun, but I guess that makes sense. You only got 18 holes. Maybe they didn't want to put that many guys out there. And so it looks like they got two different flights. So they changed that up last second. We're in right now, flight one. Flight one started at 6 o'clock. So they're already a half hour through. Some of the scores were a little late coming in. But right now in the singles division, Nick Dunlap. And I'll put this up here, see if you can see this here for people that don't have the link. You can see a quick shot of the top 10 leaderboard there. So Nick Dunlap leading the way, PGA Tour Pro. Once again, pull up the leaderboard on another browser on your computer or device. Go to puttingchannel.com, click on the button in the banner, and you'll be able to see that. Let's go back over to the team leaderboard here. Okay, nothing's changed. Dak Isbell and Cole Isbell still at -2 on the team. They're both at even par on the singles scoreboard, so they must have had a bogey. And they did. Cole Isbell bogeyed 14 and Dax bogeyed 18, but luckily the other guy parred, so it didn't affect them. But right now they're leading the way at -2. Those of you who follow these internet influencers, Grant Horvat is playing with Henry Grillo. They're currently at +1, tied for 11. A lot of notable names going to be going off in the second flight. Okay, so I just got a message here from Nathan Strand. The second wave with Stats, he's playing with Jacob Stats and Chris Johnson in the second wave. Two shotgun waves, 18 groups first, then 11 second, then repair based on scores. So they're gonna go with 2 different flights. I guess they didn't wanna crowd the course. If you got 57 teams times 2, that's 114 players. So you got 18 times 4. So yeah, if you put 18 groups out there with 4 players in each group, that's only 72 players. So they had to do 2 flights, and that was something that they decided to do last second. So let's go back to the leaderboards here. Let's check out the singles leaderboard again. Still got Nick Dunlap still leading the way at -1. So those of you who aren't familiar with this PopStroke Invitational, they're going to be playing 2 rounds tonight. One round is going to be on the black course. One round is going to be on the blue course. They're going to do the first, I believe, black first, then take kind of a long break, and then do the blue after that. So 36 holes, 2-man teams. There's a team and a singles competition. They both go at the same time. So it creates a little bit of some interesting strategy. And Rob Morris was telling me a little bit about this, that the team that wins might have one guy going for aces and one guy playing a little bit more conservative. If you have 2 players that are trying to just play for pars and kind of go conservative, then you're not going to make that many birdies. So it'll be interesting to see what these teams do as far as strategy goes. I talked to Nathan Strand about this, and he was telling me that they're just going to both be trying to play the best singles scores they can. Well, the problem with that is that there might be some ace lines that you'd want to take that are a little bit more of like an aggressive line situation. And if you don't take those ace lines and you're not making aces, then maybe you'd fall behind in the team competition. So yeah, very interesting what these guys will decide to do, if they'll have one guy maybe, go after aces and one guy kind of play it a little bit more safe. I'm going to send Nathan Strand a message here. So let's now go back to the leaderboard here. We're going to go back to the team division leaderboard. Once again, if you want to look at this leaderboard on your own, for anyone that just joined us, go to puttingchannel.com. Right in the banner there, there's a little button. Open up a separate browser window, and you can see the live leaderboards as we go along here. Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour Pro, and Corey Johnson now at -2. So, obviously Nick Dunlap, he's a PGA Tour Pro. He's obviously a good putter. I'm kind of surprised that he's up on the top of the leaderboard right now because, I was thinking being a PGA Tour Pro, he's probably a really busy guy. Probably wasn't able to get out and get as much practice in as some of these other players, but yeah, he's doing well right now. He's playing with a guy by the name of Corey Johnson. Not exactly sure who that is, but you could bet Corey Johnson's probably one hell of a putter. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell still at -2 through 8 holes. Some other notable teams. We got Bobby Ray and Cassandra Marie at -1. We got Gabby De Gasparis and Matt Atkins at -1. Now, I don't know if you know who Gabby is, but she's a very famous YouTuber. She goes under the YouTube name Gabby Golf Girl. Really, really interesting. I follow her on Instagram. She's got some really great content. She hits a lot of like trick shots, and she does these challenges where she goes out to the golf course and challenges guys to closest to the pin contest, and if they win money. She's a hell of a player, and right now she's tied for third with Matt Atkins. Gabby, the golf girl, is at -1 with her team. We got Jeff McNeil, Adam Long at even par. Billy Kreitzik, Ned Grace at even par, tied for fifth. We got Gene Schatz and Riley Smith at even par, tied for fifth. Grant Horvat and Henry Grillo had a little bit of a rough hole on hole number 8. They've now fallen to +1. Not a whole lot of other notable names in that first wave. Once again, if you just stepped in to watch, they're doing two waves at this tournament right now. So this is the first wave of players. In the second wave, they seem to have stacked the second wave with a lot of the notable names. Let's go back and check the singles leaderboard. So right now, singles leaderboard, the guys aren't going too low. Corey Johnson at even par, Nick Dunlap at even par, Cole Isbell at even par, Dax Isbell at +1. Very exciting stuff here from West Palm Beach. One of the biggest putting tournaments that has ever been thrown. I think upwards of $170,000 in prize money. So this is one big tournament here. Gabby Golf Girl in the singles division has fallen to +2 through 8 holes, which isn't so bad on this tough course. These PopStroke courses, I've heard that both these courses are really tough courses. So as I mentioned before, we got a second wave that's going out at 7:15. So second wave will be going out in about 35, 40 minutes. And most of the top names look to be in that second wave. Um, I'm not sure exactly how these courses play, but from my experience, the course usually gets a little bit easier as the night goes on. The more daylight there is, the quicker the course is, and the people that are in the second wave might have a little bit of an advantage. So let's go back to the team leaderboard here. So Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson, -2, leading the way. Looks like Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell had a little bit of a rough hole 8. Or excuse me, they're on their back 9 now. That's hole 2. Both Cole Isbell and Dax Isbell bogeyed hole 2. So, gosh, it's just brutal when 2 guys bogey a hole. You just hope that, at least one of the 2 guys is gonna make a par to save the day, but looks like that's not the case for Cole Isbell and Dax Isbell. Once again, Dax Isbell won a Tin Cup tournament that I threw at the Tin Cup putting facility in Cumming, Georgia. He beat me by a couple strokes. Dax Isbell is one hell of a putter. He's a younger college kid, and right now he's tied for second with Cole, with his brother Cole at -1. PGA Tour pro Nick Dunlap leading the way at -2 right now. Looks like most of the players out there are through about 9 or 10 holes. We got one group that's lagging a little bit that's through 7, but they're getting through this course pretty quick. Gabby Golf Girl and Matt Atkins in the hunt in the team at -1. I was wondering through one round what would be the lead. I was kind of curious as to what would be the lead, and figured on the black course, -3 would probably be a pretty darn good round. The qualifier that they did, Jacob Fair and Pete Lyon were -3 through one round, which I think was on the black course. That might have been on the blue. But yeah, you sitting at -3 in the team through one round. I think you're feeling pretty good about things. So PGA Tour pro Nick Dunlap still leading the way. For those of you who aren't going to another link, once again, I told you, you could open up another browser window, puttingchannel.com. In the banner, there is a button that you can click on, and that'll take you to the leaderboard. But here's just a quick look at the leaderboard. Try to hold this still here. Get better look at this here. So Nick Dunlap in the lead at -2. I was really interested to see how Nick Dunlap would do. Those of you who don't follow competitive putting don't know this, but there was a huge match a couple of years ago between the winners of the PopStroke Tour Championship in Sarasota. Jacob Stats and Chris Johnson played Ricky Fowler and Paula Creamer in a head-to-head match. And Ricky Fowler and Paula Creamer did okay, but they did lose. They didn't get that much practice on the course, so it was a little tough for them. But then last year, Colin Morikawa uh, was supposed to come out, and that ended up getting canceled. And I was just talking about PGA Tour pros that have come into the competitive putting realm and how they've done. I know when the major series of putting was going, that was from 2017 to 2019. Brad Faxon came out and did a tournament, and he got beat. He got beat by a number of guys. I forget where he finished, but he didn't win. Um, a lot of people discount how good these competitive putters are. Uh, there's a lot of people that think that if the PGA Tour guys came out, that they would just dominate, but that's not the case, especially when you're talking about like Rainey Statham, Jacob Stats, Chris Johnson, Jeff Gibraltar, Frank Bessesi, Sevi Kakelkia. These top-notch competitive putters, in my opinion, could hang with any competitive putters in the world. But right now, the PGA Tour pro Nick Dunlap's showing them up. So let's go back to the singles leaderboard here. Once again, we're in wave one of this tournament. There's going to be two waves, two shotgun starts. They didn't have enough holes to accommodate everybody, so there's going to be two separate waves. Right now, Tyler Eifert leading the way. Not sure who that is. Don't know Tyler, but he's leading the way at even par. So even par right now in the singles division is holding up on the black course. Even par is holding up. Uh, PGA Tour pro Nick Dunlap had a rough hole. Let's see what hole. Wow. Okay. So Nick Dunlap bogeys 8 and 9. So Nick Dunlap started off with an ace, went all pars, and then bogeyed hole 8 and hole 9. And now he's just finished hole 11, hole 10 and hole 11 with par on both those holes. So Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour pro Nick Dunlap, is on hole number 12. Cole Isbell at +1, Charlie Smith +1, Jeff McNeil +2. This is seventh place right now. Henry Grillo at +2, Matt Atkins at +2. Also, it looks like the live chat is now open, so feel free to leave a chat. Also, and you hardly would ever see anybody do this, but if anybody wants to call me right now, I'm gonna shift my seat over a little bit because of the sunshine that's coming in. If anybody wants to call me, I can put them on speakerphone, 619-933-4020. But once again, 619-933-4020. If you want to call me right now and chat about what's going on with this tournament, give us some insights, feel free to give me a call. And you can also feel free to leave a chat here. Well, thank you to the people that are viewing this right now. Once again, for those of you who just came in, this is a live commentary on the 2025 PopStroke Invitational, one of the biggest putting tournaments that have ever been thrown. And the guys are out there right now, guys and girls are out there right now grinding it out. Palm Beach, Florida, PopStroke. They had about 57, 58 teams. They had so many teams that they had to go into two waves. So this is wave one right now, flight one, however you want to say it. Flight one, wave one is going right now. Seems like most of the top names are in flight two, which I thought was kind of interesting. I mentioned this earlier. I feel like flight two is gets a little bit of an advantage because I think that as the night goes on, I feel like the course plays easier. It's not as quick. The ball's not going to roll out as much. Your 4, 5, 6, 7 footers aren't going to be as difficult because you can bang it at the hole a little bit as opposed to trying to like tap it in. Okay. So let's go back to the leaderboard here. Once again, if anybody watching wants to call me, I'll put you on speakerphone, 619-933-4020. We can talk about anything you want to talk about when it comes to this tournament. So the course looks like it's playing a little bit difficult for the singles division right now. Corey Johnson at +1, Nick Dunlap at +1, tied for first. Tyler Eifert at +1, Paul Isbell at +1, and Charlie Smith at +1. Those are our leaders right now. So the course is playing a little bit challenging. Let's go back to the team leaderboard here. Still got Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson at -2. So Corey Johnson must be, a pretty good putter playing with Nick Dunlap, playing with the PGA Tour Pro. So you got to figure that guy's probably pretty freaking good, right? Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell rebounded a little bit. Let's look at their round. So they've just held steady, pars on the last couple holes, but they're holding tight at -1. This is in a team division. Gabby Golf Girl and Matt Atkins at -1. So Gabby Golf Girl, I heard she just got out there yesterday. They were showing her the lines, and anybody who follows Gabby Golf Girl on Instagram knows. I mean, she's one heck of a putter, one heck of a golfer. Period. So yeah, kind of interesting to see her up the top of the leaderboard. Gabby Golf Girl at -1 with Matt Atkins tied for second right now. Those of you who follow the influencer Grant Horvat, he's with Henry Grillo right now. He's sitting at +2, tied for 15th. So right now, 36 teams out there. Got some teams struggling. Courtney Pinto and Stephanie Trigg at +11. Kim Trexler and Kathleen Cushay at +7. Rick Lutley and Evan Schreier at +7. Daniel Carroll and Patrick Carroll at +6. Bill Rodriguez, Riley McRitchie at +5. Stuart McGuire and Dean Spinagati at +5. Brandon Giles and Marissa Giles at +4. Todd Graff, Hillary Scott at +3. A lot of other players here. Most of these players in this first wave, I do not know who they are. They're probably local players. It's one of the reasons why I'm not there. When it comes to the PopStroke courses, practice is everything. There's so many nooks and crannies on these PopStroke courses that if you don't get the proper practice, you just really don't have a shot. And I know that there was a lot of local groups that were out there. So I know a lot of the guys from the West Coast. On top of that, the same old thing with competitive putting, a saying that I always talk about. One of the things that holds back competitive putting is our travel costs. I was looking at with the entry fees, the hotel, rental car, other travel expenses, baggage, check-ins, etc. I was looking at, around $3,200. And so I know a lot of the guys from the West Coast shied away from this tournament because the travel costs and everything is just so expensive. They're also only paying the top 3 spots. So unless you're in my opinion, unless you're a local and you were there at least like 5 or 6 days ahead of the tournament, you were just going to have a tough time doing well. But that may not be the case in that Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson probably haven't had a whole lot of time to practice on this course. And right now they're leading the way still on the team at -2. Most of the players are through 11 or 12 holes. Gabby Golf Girl and Matt Atkins still right there at -1. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell still hanging tight at -1 as well. So yeah, it seems like most of your top teams, at least the guys that are well-known competitive putters, have been put into this flight too. I don't think that's just by chance. I think that, and by the way, I don't know if you guys know Craig, who runs the tournament. Craig is just a really great guy. I mean, everyone just really likes Craig. He's just a really good kid. And I think he understood that maybe it was just a little bit of an advantage to play in the second flight. And if you put some of the teams in there and not others, you might get some complaints. Give me 1 second here, guys. All right, thanks. Sorry about that. I had to plug in my laptop. Already running out of power here. But yeah, I think Craig, who runs the tournament, realizes that if you're going to put a couple or a few of the top guys in the second group, you need to put them all in there, because if you only put a few and some are in the first flight and the guys don't do well in the first flight, they're going to complain, which, unfortunately in the world of competitive putting, there can be a situation where there can be, a lot of complaining if things aren't fair. Okay, so you want to keep it fair. So put all the top guys in the second wave. Makes all the sense in the world to me. So right now, the first wave, it's all people that aren't really that well known in the competitive putting world. But we have Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson now at -3 in the team. So they've pulled away by 2 strokes from Gabby Golf Girl and Matt Atkins. Nick Dunlap, professional golfer, top-notch PGA Tour pro, just had a really good finish at the Genesis. I think he was in the top 20, maybe top 15. I know he was near the top of the leaderboard at one point. Nick Dunlap doing things. Very shocking. I didn't think a PGA Tour pro could come in with a day or two practice. Maybe he lives in the area, maybe he's used to the course, but it just shows how great of a putter that Nick Dunlap is. And what a great thing to do, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Guillaume, who used to run the Major Series of Putting, but he told me that with the Major Series of Putting, which ran 2017, 2019, that they had a really tough time getting top PGA pros to come and play, because the PGA pros didn't want to get beat. They just didn't see it as something that was worth their time. And gosh, how cool is it to see Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour pro, out in this tournament? Right now, he's leading the way in the team at -3. They're through 13 holes. Let's get an update on the singles division. And Golf Genius is hanging up here. Give me just 1 second. So it looks like Golf Genius is getting a lot of action, so it's kind of bogging down a little bit. Okay, we got it here. Singles right now. Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour Pro, is leading the singles division at even par through 13 holes. His partner, Corey Johnson, in second at +1. Tyler Eifert at +1. Cole Isbell at +1. Charlie Smith at +1. Jeff McNeil +2, tied for sixth place. Bobby Ray at +2. Dax Isbell, which is the guy that I know that won out at Tin Cup. He's at +2. Brian McCardle at +2. Matthew Fleury at +2. Gabby Golf Girl tied for 11th right now at +3 through 13. Really good for Gabby Golf Girl. I mean, I'll tell you, these courses are tough, and for her to come out with minimal practice and do well like she's doing, that's really, really great news. So right now, we got 70 players out on the course right now. 70 players, 35 teams. As I've said before, the rest of the teams are in flight number 2, and that's scheduled to start at 7:15. So they might have to push back that start a little bit. 7:15 is in roughly 20 minutes, and we still have groups on hole 11. Oh, there's a couple groups that are still on that have just finished hole 10. So looks like that second wave is going to get pushed back a little bit. Once again, for anybody who's just signed on, you can see a live leaderboard by going to puttingchannel.com. Right in the banner there, puttingchannel.com, there's a button that you can click on and go to these leaderboards. Also, this is the first time that we've done a YouTube live situation. It's exciting. I'm enjoying this. It's the first time I've ever done it, so forgive me if things are a little bit janky here. Just giving this a shot for the first time, and yeah, we got some viewers, so that's good. And hope you guys are enjoying the live commentary here. So Nick Dunlap has just dropped a stroke. Nick Dunlap is now at +1, tied with Tyler Eifert, Cole Isbell, and Charlie Smith. So let's see what happened here. Nick Dunlap. Nick Dunlap did bogey. He bogeyed 8-9, hole in one on 13, but then he went back and bogeyed hole 14. So Nick Dunlap has 4 holes to play. Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour Pro, leading the way right now at +1. Course playing a little bit more difficult than I expected. I thought I would see some of the single scores a little bit higher than this, but just shows you how difficult it is to putt these PopStroke putting courses. Also, it's easy to go out there in the practice rounds and shoot, 3, 4, 5, 6 under, but when you get under the pressure of the tournament, it's a little bit different. Now, another thing to keep in mind, and those of you who know PopStroke well know this already, but forgive me for repeating myself here, but the actual par on the course is 41, but they play it to a par 36. So there's a number of par threes that are on these courses that they don't play as par threes. They play them as par twos. So when you see a score like +1, in actuality, that could be 3, 4 under if you're playing it to the par of the course, the normal par, like if you're just going up as a pedestrian to play the course. But these tournaments, they play everything to a par 2, every hole to a par 2. So it's a little bit skewed there. For those of you who don't know PopStroke tournaments, they play everything to a total of a par 36. So right now, Nick Dunlap leading the way at +1. Let's take a look at that team leaderboard. Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson still leading the way at -2. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell have made some birdies here, and they're almost done with their round. So Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell in second place at -1. Gabby Golf Girl is now at even par, tied for third with Matt Atkins. Matthew Fleury and Scott Goodwin at even par, Joe Costa and Tyler Eifert at even par, Bobby Ray, Cassandra Marie at even par, Billy Kriesick and Ned Grace at even par, Scott Schleffer, not to be confused with Scotty Scheffler. I mean, unless Scott Scheffler's in this thing and they wrote his name down wrong, I doubt that. But there's Scott Schleffer and Jeff Keswin at even par, Charlie Grace and Brian McCardle at even par. Tied for 10th, we got Jeff McNeil and Adam Long at +1, Mark Klonowski and Dave Bukowski at +1, Gene Schatz and Riley Smythe at +1. So the team division right now is being dominated in a way by Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson. Once again, Nick Dunlap is a PGA Tour pro. So let's check out the singles leaderboard. We're getting close to the end of wave 1, round 1. Once again, they're going to be doing 2 rounds, one on the black, one on the red course, right now in Palm Beach, Florida, PopStroke. This is the PopStroke Invitational. We're doing live commentary here. Feel free to leave a comment. Also, if you want to give me a call right now, we'll get you on the air, 619-933-4020. Once again, 619-933-4020. Feel free to give me a call if you want to talk putting. And let's go to the singles here. And I'm going to put a comment here. So I just left my phone number there in the chat. Feel free to call now. You want to talk putting. Singles division right now. PGA Tour Pro Nick Dunlap leading the way through 15 holes at +1. Tyler Eifert at +1. Cole Isbell at +1. Charlie Smith at +1. So we got 4 players tied for first. I just cannot wait for this second wave to go out. Let's go over some of these second wave teams because it's just the who's who of competitive putting. The big guns, I call them, the big dogs. Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson, pretty good team. They tee off here at 7:15, so 12 minutes. Nick DeGennaro, Nathan Strand, 2 guys from Phoenix, good buddies of mine, great putters. They do very well in the World Putting Tour, and they've done very well in my tournament's National Putting Tour. Watch out for them. Pete Line and Jacob Fair, probably the Vegas favorite. If there was a Vegas line, those guys would be probably the favorite. Pete Line and Jacob Fair. They've won multiple team titles on the National Putting Tour at PopStroke courses. Tito Silverman, Chi Nguyen, another just phenomenal team. Hans Olafsson and Nate Nichols, legends, just legendary group right there. Hans Olafsson is part of the Swedish putting team and probably one of the most decorated competitive putters of all time. So watch out for that group. Hans Olafsson, Nate Nichols. Robert Morris and Upendra Modak. Robert Morris, really cool guy. He's become a good friend of mine over the years. I call him the most well-connected man in competitive putting. Robert Morris is very knowledgeable when it comes to everything competitive putting. And he's playing with a rookie, Upendra Modak. Upendra can get it done. So watch out for that team. Robert Morris and Upendra Modak. Frank Bassesi and Seve Kakelkia, a very top-notch team. Frank Bassesi is on Team USA. Seve Kakelkia is from Europe. He's done very well on a lot of the big PopStroke events. Watch out for them. A dark horse team to watch out for, Robert Gillespie and Nick Hatch, 2 guys that live in Florida that have a lot of experience on this PopStroke putting course. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainey Statham. Does it get any better than that? 2 of the most decorated competitive putters of all time playing together. Unbelievable team. Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham. I believe it's the first time they've ever teamed up together. Both Texas guys. So that's just a little breakdown of some of the teams that are set to start. We got 4:05, so 7:05 Eastern. So we got some of these top teams that are going to be teeing off in 10 minutes. Nick Dunlap still leading the way through 16 with Corey Johnson in the team division at -2. So no one really running away with this thing right now. No one off to the races. Doesn't surprise me one bit. Some of the people that were talking to me were talking about the team event, being like 10, 11, 12 under to win. No, it plays a lot tougher when it's actually game time. And I thought 4 or 5 under in the team would win it. We'll see if that holds up. Right now, Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson are at -2, but this is just the first wave. We got a second wave, and the second wave, in my opinion, is like most of the top guys. So the top players will probably come in and, shoot. I would say someone's going to go 3 or 4 under in the team. I would think on the black course. Gabby Golf Girl and Matt Atkins just dropped a stroke. They're now tied for 4th at even par. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell, they're tied for 2nd at -1. And Bobby Ray and Cassandra Marie also at -1. So let's take a look at the singles leaderboard here. Once again, if you're just jumping on, you can open up another browser window. Hopefully you keep me on, but you can open up another browser window if you're on a desktop or laptop and go to puttingchannel.com. Right in the banner of puttingchannel.com, you can click on the button in the banner that says View Live Leaderboards, and you can get to both of these live leaderboards. Let's get down to the singles competition. Singles competition right now. Nick Dunlap still in the lead at +1. Cole Isbell at +1. Tyler Eifert +1. Bobby Ray +1. Charlie Smith +1. So we got 5 guys tied for first at +1. And right now they're playing the black course. So the blue course is supposed to be a lot tougher. You could see these scores drop even further once these guys play the blue. You will see them drop further. So PGA Tour Pro Nick Dunlap at the top of the leaderboard right now at +1. They're getting close. We do have a couple teams that are struggling a little bit. They're falling behind. We got a group here that just finished 13. So they still have 5 holes left. We got 7:08 on the clock Eastern time. Second wave is supposed to start at 7:15. So that start is probably going to get pushed back a little bit. I would say that second wave will probably get started more like around 7:25. I can tell you that when you're scheduling these events, things always take a little bit longer than you think they're going to take. So they had originally scheduled for that second wave to go off at 7:15. That was probably a little bit optimistic. Uh, so yeah, we're gonna have to wait a little bit for the second wave, but I just can't wait for this second wave, man. I'm so excited. This second wave has got all the top guys, and so I would assume that most of them would sit at the top of the leaderboard when they're done. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Right now in the singles division, Nick Dunlap still leading the way at +1. Let's go back over to the team competition. Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson still at -2 through 17 holes. They got 1 hole left. It looks like they're going to be the clubhouse leader here soon. PGA Tour Pro Nick Dunlap coming out testing himself against a bunch of just, regular Joes, so to speak. And Nick Dunlap is leading the way. That's pretty cool. Hopefully, this will inspire other PGA pros to come out if they see Nick Dunlap do well. This might inspire some of these other guys to come out that maybe wouldn't come out otherwise. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell -1 once again. Sorry for repeating myself here, but Dax Isbell I know very well. He won one of my tournaments in Cumming, Georgia at the Tin Cup mini golf facility, and he told me that he was going to go down there and play in this thing, and I told him get some practice in, and it looks like he did because right now they're tied for second at -1, so they're right in the hunt. Gabby Golf Girl and Matt Atkins still hanging tough, tied for fourth at even par. Some teams having a little bit of a rough go out there. Courtney Pinto and Stephanie Trigg at +14 in the team. That's brutal. Tim Trexier and Kathy Couchet at +11. Tough outing for them. Bill Rodriguez and Riley McRitchie at +8. So they're having a tough go right now. But once again, Nick Dunlap leading the way. They're currently on hole 18. Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson leading the way at -2. Go back to the singles leaderboard here. Now we only have 3 players tied at +1. Nick Dunlap, Cole Isbell, and Tyler Eifert tied in the singles at +1. Corey Johnson, Charlie Smith, Jeff McNeil, Bobby Ray, Matthew Fleury all tied for 4th. In 9th place, Alex Simmons, Gene Schatz, Billy Kreitzig, Jeff Keswin, Patrick Waxon, Charlie Grace, and Todd Graff all tied for 9th place right now. So once again, look down in the leave us a comment, leave us a thumbs up, subscribe to this channel if you haven't subscribed yet. We'd love to hear from you. And then, like I said, if you want to get on the air right now and talk some putting, feel free to give me a call, 619-933-4020. Nick Dunlap almost finished with his round. He's at +1. Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson still in the lead at -2 in the team division. One thing about these PopStroke courses, you hardly ever see anybody, make a huge run because the holes are so tough, and it's tough to make aces. So we're probably not going to see anybody light up the leaderboard and shoot a phenomenally low number. It's just not possible. The holes are just too challenging. It's not like a lot of the Professional Putters Association events, known as the PPA. They do a lot of tournaments on putt courses, and the putt courses are much easier to make aces. So these holes, these PopStroke holes, I was looking at some of these holes, and they're just absolutely brutal. So we have a team that's done. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell. They're in the clubhouse right now. Clubhouse leaders at -1. Got a handful of teams finished up here. Rob Mills and John Marsh right now are in 14th place. Brendan McHugh and Alex Simmons just finished up at +2 in the team. Not a bad score. So let's check out the singles leaderboard. We just have two tied for first in the singles leaderboard. Cole Isbell and Nick Dunlap, both at +1. Cole Isbell right now is the clubhouse leader at +1. Nick Dunlap still on 18. It's taken a long time for them to play 18. There must be something that went wrong for them on that hole. So we'll see what they post. Then again, sometimes when guys finish up, they're grabbing their drinks, they're maybe talking to some people or something. So maybe they just haven't typed in that whole 18 score yet. But we're getting down to close to an end here for round one, wave one. Once again, they were going out in two flights. So we got flight one and flight two. We're going to go back to the team leaderboard here. We got Charlie Smith and Ethan Hewitt in the clubhouse at even par in the team. They're tied for third. Gabby Golf Girl and Matt Atkins are still out there. They got one hole left to play. They're at even par in the team. Very, very good showing so far for Gabby Golf Girl. I know she just got out there yesterday, so she didn't have a whole lot of time to practice. So pretty freaking impressive. Pretty freaking impressive that she's up near the top of that leaderboard. I mean, I know she's a good golfer, but these PopStroke courses take a lot of practice. Now, the interesting thing now is going to be when the second wave comes out, how good are these guys in the second wave? I mean, I think, obviously they're the big names are all in the second wave. So will these scores of -1, even par in the team, will they hold up? Or is there going to be 7 or 8 teams just wax these scores? It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Be interesting to see what happens there. We got a couple groups that have just finished hole 15, so they got 3 holes to play. Let's go back to the singles division here. Nick Dunlap at +1, but they're still on 18. I wonder what's taking them so long. I wonder what's taking them so long. Charlie Smith in the clubhouse at +2, just finished up. Alex Simmons is in the clubhouse at +3. Great round for Alex. Rob Mills at +4, just finishing up. But Alec Kennedy tied for 20th, just finished up at +5. Gabby Golf Girl must have a good partner because she is at +7 by herself. So they probably hooked her up with a really good partner. Um, let's look at her round here. So a little bit misleading. Gabby Golf Girl had a 5 on hole 14. So, and then also a 5 on hole 5. So Gabby Golf Girl just let a couple holes get away from her. That can easily happen on these PopStroke courses. You miss one, it goes down a hill, you try to make a comeback, or it rolls right back at you. You're in the sand, you hit the lip of the sand, it rolls back. There's a lot of bad things that can happen. Nathan Strand just messaged. I think they put the best in the second wave. Yes, they did. Let's give old Nathan Strand a call and see if he picks up. I wouldn't expect him to pick up. He's probably teeing off any time now. Call has been. So let's go back to the leaderboard here. Okay, so Nick Dunlap is in. He's in at +1. So Nick Dunlap, even par, final hole. Nick Dunlap leading the way, clubhouse leader at +1, along with Cole Isbell. Cole is the brother of Dax Isbell. Both of those kids, I call them kids. They're in their early 20s. Both those kids can put the lights out. Let's take a look at the team leaderboard here. All right, so we got a lot of people in the clubhouse now. Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson leading the way at -2. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell right there at -1. Gabby Golf Girl and Matt Atkins at even par. So that Matt Atkins must be a really good putter. They probably found a local top putter for her to play with. So they're right there tied for third. So they're still in this thing. Bobby Ray and Cassandra Marie are in the clubhouse at even par. Billy Kreitzik and Ned Grace in the clubhouse at even par. Scott Schleffer and Jeff Keswin at even par. Charlie Grace and Brian McCardle at even par. Charlie Smith and Ethan Hewitt at even par. They're all tied for third place. Jeff McNeil, Adam Long, +1. Matthew Fleury, Scott Godwin, +1. Joe Costa, Tyler Eifert at +1. Mark Klonowski and Dave Bukowski at +1. Gene Schatz and Riley Smith at +1. So Nathan Strand just texted me. They're just about to start their wave now. So 7:20. So I was about right. About 7:25, they'll get started. And really interested to see what this second wave is going to do. Really interested to see that. If you're coming on late here, I had talked about this quite a bit, that the second wave definitely has all the top guys. Why they did that, I don't know. I can tell you that with PopStroke courses, they do play easier usually as the night goes on. So they probably wanted to give all those top guys a little bit of an advantage. They didn't want someone to be left out. So they put all the top guys in round number two, or wave number two, excuse me, for round one. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Let's see if any of these guys have gotten started yet. None of wave two has gotten started yet. We're still waiting for a few players to get done with their round. We got two groups that have just finished 16 and one group, two groups that have just finished 17. So we still got some groups out in the course. Once again, our leader, PGA Tour pro Nick Dunlap at -2. Corey Johnson, his teammate. Not familiar with Corey Johnson. I'm willing to bet he's probably one heck of a putter. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to have to rearrange myself. Get out of this sunshine. I got sun coming through the glass here. So rearrange myself a little bit here. You can see my humble abode in the background. And thank you so much for those of you who are viewing this. As I said before, this is the first time that I've ever done Instagram Live, excuse me, Facebook Live. So really appreciate you sticking with me. If you want to talk live on the air right now, give me a call, 619-933-4020. Leave us a like, hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, uh, leave a comment. We'd love to hear from you. We really appreciate it. Once again, guys, wave one is just finishing up here. Wave one just finishing up. Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson still in the lead at -2. Let's take a look at the singles division here. So Nick Dunlap and Cole Isbell leading the way at +1. In the singles division, tied for third, we have a number of players tied for tied for third. 5 players. We got Jeff McNeil, Tyler Eifert, Bobby Ray, Billy Kreitzik, and Charlie Smith all at +2. So the big question now is the big guns, the top players are going to be starting any moment now. Are they going to annihilate these first wave scores from the other players? Or have the other players putted pretty good, and are these scores better than we think? I think it's going to be a mixed bag, but I think that your top players, your top teams are probably going to be sitting in the top spots. I think that they're going to beat -2, in my opinion. So -2 and -1 are the only teams that are under par. I figure out of this second wave, I think you'll probably get at least like 4 or 5 teams under par. Let's once again preview these teams they're coming up. Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson set the tee off any moment. Nick DeGennaro and Nathan Strand, one of the top teams from Phoenix, set the tee off any moment. Pete Line, Jacob Fair. Need I say more? Pete Line, Jacob Fair, really top team. Set the tee off at any moment. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols, the dream team. What a team. Set the tee off any moment. Robert Morris and Apendra Modak, watch out for them. Dark dark horse team. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainy Stadium. Once again, another top team. Set the tee off here any moment. So we still got 2 groups left out on the course in wave one. Once again, those of you who are just coming on to this feed, you can view the live leaderboard. Hopefully you don't close me out. Open up a different browser window and go to puttingchannel.com, PUTTING channel.com. And after you go to puttingchannel.com, right in the banner there, you'll see a little button and you can get to these same leaderboards that I'm looking at here, puttingchannel.com. So once again, in the singles division, Nick Dunlap and Cole Isbell leading the way at +1. Gonna do a couple things on the computer real quick here. Once again, we're waiting for wave 2 of round 1 to get started. Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour Pro, leading the way right now. So we're waiting for all the top guys to start this wave, this second wave of round one. Should be happening at any moment here. Just posted my live link to Facebook. All right, so let's get down to this live action here. Check out these leaderboards. Probably going to get an update here. Team competition once again. Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson leading the way. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell once again at -1 in second place. And they have started some of the groups. So wave 2 is underway of round 1. Wave 2 underway. Once again, those of you who are just joining us, welcome. Thank you. I've never done this YouTube live situation here, but I thought I'd give it a try for this big event. We got one of the biggest putting events in putting history happening, over $170,000 in prize money. This is the PopStroke Invitational, Palm Beach, Florida. A lot of top putters are in this tournament. Going to be a 2-round tournament. They're playing the black course and the blue course, 1 round on each course. There's a team and a singles division. So they go at the same time. You play the team and the singles at the same time, which brings up some interesting kind of strategy type things. You know, is one guy on the team going to go for aces and one guy going to play it conservative? Me and Rob Morris were talking about this, that the team that wins might have a guy that's constantly going for ace lines. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in this tournament. And I cannot wait. Cannot wait to see some of these big guns get out there. So they split the teams into 2 waves. Okay. So the second wave, first round, just started. Okay. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair even par through their first hole. Just about all the groups have checked in now. Let's check out the team leaderboard. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair are underway. Robert Morris and Opendra Modak even par through 1 hole. We actually still have one group that hasn't turned in their first round scores, but they're probably finished up. We got about 6 or 7 teams that have not posted a score yet. Jacob Stats and Chris Johnson, they've started them on hole 1, which that's pretty cool. A top team like that, let them start on hole 1, let them get 18 solid holes in. I like that. But right now, we still have Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson leading the way at -2. So yeah, once again, going to be very exciting to see what happens here with this second wave. As I mentioned before, all the top big names are in the second wave. So will the scores from the first wave hold up? How good are these players in the first wave? Are they better than we think? Are those scores better than we think? When wave 2 comes, it's going to be an hour later. Does that help the teams in wave 2? How big of an advantage is that? As I've mentioned, the later the night goes, the easier the course gets, in my opinion. So if you're in wave 2, you probably have a little bit of an advantage. You can hit the putts a little bit harder. So we'll see what happens here. Very exciting stuff. Already, Jeff Gibraltar, Rainy Statham, -1 through 2 holes. So they already have an ace. Gosh, that would be really cool to see Gibraltar and Statham win this thing. The legends. Two of the greatest putters on the planet, Jeff Gibraltar and Rainy Statham. They're right now at -1, already tied for second. Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson, even par through their first hole. Tito Silverman and Chi Nguyen, even par through their first hole. Chi Nguyen, even par through their first hole. Robert Morris and Apendra Modak, even par through 2 holes. Nick DeGennaro, Nathan Strand, bogey the first hole on the team. Ouch. That's brutal. But long way to go. Long way to go. A lot of putting. A lot of putting left. Once again, thank you to everybody who's viewing this broadcast right now. We really appreciate it. Once again, subscribe, thumbs up, leave a comment. If you want to give me a call and talk some putting and get on the air, 619-933-4020. So let's look at the singles. And Jeff Gibraltar, already tied for first, made that birdie for him and Rainey. So Jeff Gibraltar, let's see what hole that was. Jeff Gibraltar made a par on 14, birdie or a hole in one on 15, ace on 15, birdie on 15. Oh, Rainey Statham -1. So both Statham and Gibraltar made birdie on -1. Made a birdie, a hole in one on 15. Too bad they're not playing Beast Ball, which World Putting Tour does that. It's called Beast Ball, where if 2 players make a birdie on the same hole, it counts as 2 birdies, not 1. But they're just playing regular best ball. Gibraltar and Statham both tied for first after 2 holes. A lot of putting out there, a lot of holes left. Hole 15 might have been an easy hole. Nate Nichols right now, even par through 2 holes. Tito Silverman, even par through 2 holes. Pete Lyon, even par through 2 holes. So as of right now, everybody has started the tournament. There's no one left without scores. Michael Adamson, not familiar with him, but Michael Adamson is right now at the top of the leaderboard in the singles division at -1 through 2 holes. Let's go back to the team here. Christopher Fitting and Michael Adamson at -1 in the team through 2 holes. Jeff Gibraltar right there, tied for second at -1. So it'll be interesting to see how these players do. Will the top players destroy the first wave? The first wave didn't seem to have a lot of big names. The second wave had all the big names. So how good was this first wave? Was the first wave a bunch of players that were no good at all, or really not that, that maybe players that didn't have that much practice? Will the second wave of players really annihilate the first wave? We will find out. And right now we have a new leader, Jacob Fair, -1 through 3 holes. Jacob Fair is teamed up with Pete Lyon. Jacob Fair has been at this course morning, noon, and night. So doesn't surprise me. -1 through 3 holes, Jacob Fair. Jacob Fair, I've putted a lot with him. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody make more comebackers than this guy. I mean, this guy, man, 5 feet, 6 feet, 7 feet, and he just makes all kinds of comebackers. And Jeff Gibraltar's fallen down. Okay, so Jeff Gibraltar had a bogey. Jeff Gibraltar bogey 16. Jeff Gibraltar falls back to even par through 3. Let's check out the team leaderboard here. Rainey must have parred that hole because Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Stadium still at -1. Heat line and Jacob Fair at -1 through 3 holes on the tee. So once again, really interesting to see what these top guys will do. I get the sun coming in again here, so I'm just going to adjust a little bit. Let's get an update on the singles leaderboard. Jacob Fair at -1. Put this up here so you can see for those of you who aren't looking. Jacob Fair -1, Rainy State of -1. Nathan Strand and Nick DeGennaro both at +1 through 2. So a little bit of a tough start for them. Hans Olafson +1 through 2 holes. A little bit of a tough start for Hans Olafson. Pete Lyon, even par through 3 holes. Jeff Gibraltar, even par through 4 holes. Robert Morris and Opendra Modak, both even par through 4 holes. So good solid start for those two. We got a 4-way tie for first right now, and guess who's the new leader? Frank Bessesi. Frank Bessesi, -1 through 4 holes. I would say Frank Bessesi would be, considered, in my opinion, one of the favorites here. Frank Bessesi is one of the best putters I've ever seen. One of the most, incredible things I've seen from Frank Bessesi. He came out to the World Putting Tour, which was at Putting World in Scottsdale, Arizona. Had like 2 days practice, which that course takes like a month to get good at. But Frank goes out there with like 2 or 3 days practice and finishes like fourth or fifth in the World Putting Tour final. He's just a amazing, great natural putter. So it doesn't surprise me one bit. Frank Bessesi up top on the top of the leaderboard of the singles division at -1. Rainy State at -1 through 4. Let's check out the team division, see if there's anything new there. Still have our clubhouse leaders, Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson at -2, Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell at -1. And then we have a number of teams at -1. Christopher Fitting and Michael Adamson out in the course right now through 5 at -1. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair, -1 through 4 holes. Robert Morris and Upendra Modak, -1 through 4 holes. Frank Bessesi and Seve Kakelkia, -1 through 4 holes. Jeff Gibraltar and Rainy Statham, -1 through 4. So some of those top names, some of those top groups are up there. Jacob Stas and Chris Johnson, even par through 3. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols, even par through 3. So it'll be real interesting to see what happens with this second wave. Once again, round 1 is in 2 waves. The second wave did have most of the top players. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think that, in my opinion, we'll probably get 2 or 3 teams at -3, -4 from this top group. That would be my hunch. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson in the clubhouse. Once again, Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour pro. So cool to see a PGA pro out here playing with these guys. A lot of these PGA pros, they don't want to play in this thing. Great to see Nick Dunlap come out. Let's shift back over to the singles leaderboard once again. You can go to puttingchannel.com, and in the banner there, click on the button, and you can see these leaderboards. Michael Adamson right now at the top of the leaderboard, -1 through 5. Frank Bessesi, -1, also through 5 holes. Rainey Statham at -1. Jacob Fair at -1. Pete Lyon at even par. Nick DeGennaro back to even par. So Nick DeGennaro aces hole 4. Nick DeGennaro, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He's from the Phoenix area, and he is just one hell of a putter. Won a national putting tour event recently, and yeah, Nick DeGennaro is top notch. So look out for him. Shi Nguyen and Tito Silverman both even par through 4. Hans Olafson having a little bit of a rough start. Hans Olafson is +2 through 4 holes. Chris Johnson, no, excuse me. I was looking at, there's a Corey Johnson +3. Ryan Lesniak having a little bit of a rough go. He's already +4 through 4 holes. So let's go back to the team leaderboard. Nick Dunlap still leading the way with Corey Johnson. The second wave of the top pros are out in the course right now. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair, -1. Robert Morris, Apendra Modak, -1 through 5. These guys are just grinding out there right now. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainey Statham tied for second place right now, -1 through 5 holes. Let's take a look at the singles leaderboard. Not a whole lot of action out there so far. Not a ton of birdies from this top-notch group. We still got Jacob Fair and Frank Bessesi at -1. Michael Adamson just finished hole 5. He's still at -1. Rainey Statham at -1 through 5 holes. Chi Nguyen and Tito Silverman, both even par through 5. Robert Morris and Apendra Modak still even par through 5 holes. Hans Olafsson bounces back. Hans Olafsson now is +1 through 5. Hans Olafsson, well, I guess there was a mistake on his score because at one point it said +2, but that's been corrected. Hans Olafsson is only +1 through 5 holes. Robert Delash playing pretty good right now, +1 through 5 holes. Nick Hatch, +1 through 5 holes. Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson, a little bit of a tough start for both those guys, +1 through 4 holes. Jacob Stass had a bogey on hole number 2. Chris Johnson had a bogey on the first hole, hole number 1. Luckily for those guys, the bogeys were on different holes, so it doesn't affect their team score. So a lot of pars out there so far. And as I said before, I was expecting, no one to really light it up because these PopStroke holes are just incredibly tough. Very tough to make birdies on these PopStroke holes. So you're going to see, probably a similar situation that you saw in wave 1. The leader in the singles is probably going to be around, -1, -2, even par, +1. We'll see. A lot of top names out there right now. A lot of top names giving it all they got. I can only imagine the grind out there. And we got a call coming in from John Weichel. Hey, John Weichel, you're on Instagram Live.
Hey, Brock, good to hear you, kid.
Yeah, good to hear from you. So you following this leaderboard?
Been down in Washington. So I can kind of
I really appreciate you calling in, man. Those of you who don't know who John Weichel is, John Weichel has become one of the top putters on the World Putting Tour. He just won the World Putting Tour event recently, took home $5,000, moved himself up into the top 30 of the puttingchannel.com USA top 30 list. John, have you been following this leaderboard so far?
I listened to you here, so like in down in Florida. We know all the names, Fritz and on the flags, thousands of miles away. So happy to see how this goes. I'm proud of everyone that went down there and made the sacrifice to be in it. So let's see who wins.
Yeah, I had a question for you. I've made some comments here on this live broadcast, and I might as well ask an expert here. They broke it up into 2 waves, right? So 2 flights. So the first flight seemed to have not really a lot of the top big putting names, and it seems like they put all the big names into the second flight, and they start a little bit later. And in my opinion, PopStroke courses, I feel like they're a little bit easier as the night comes on because you can bang the ball a little bit harder. Do you think that they gave those top guys kind of like maybe an unfair advantage and putting them off in the second flight? Or any thoughts about nighttime versus daytime and difficulty of the course?
Oh, these are great questions. That this second flight definitely feels like a Shark Tank, right?
Yeah.
We're and chumming it up down there. This is where all the might be from.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It depends on how you like. I do agree. As the day progresses, especially in a place humid as that is in Florida, these greens are going to slow down significantly. So gauging your speed on that, managing your 2 putts, your long putts, and you can also be a lot more aggressive and pick maybe some more aggressive lines, and maybe those mid-range putts you can just kind of take some of the breakout. But if you're a putter that likes to kind of diet, actually likes the speed, it kind of depends. I kind of like having the speed too. But either way, you got to practice at night and day. On those courses, you got to be prepared for how the course changes.
Yeah, yeah. No, I can understand that. Let me just while we're talking here, let me just take a quick look at the leaderboard. I don't know if you saw Nick DeGennaro and Nathan Strand are kind of our buddies, and they got off to a little bit of a rough start. But I don't know if you saw, but Nick DeGennaro birdied hole 4. So the boys are making a comeback here. Just taking a look at the singles leaderboard while I got you on the phone here. Nothing crazy has happened. Everyone is pretty much in neutral right now. We got Nick DeGennaro right now tied for 4th at even par. He had 1 bogey and 1 birdie. Let's see how our good old buddy Nathan Strand's doing. Okay, Nathan Strand is +1 through 5. So, a little bit of a rocky first start, but not bad. He's still right in there. Um, it's going to be tough for these guys to make a lot of birdies out there, wouldn't you think, John? I mean, these holes look pretty tough.
You know, I totally agree. And the feedback I'm getting from the players down there is very difficult for us, to say the least, and the length of it. And
Yeah,
so we'll see. I think that the winning tour will be under par. We're halfway through it now. I'm excited. I'm going to leave you to it here in a little bit. I'm going to watch this live stream here, but happy to hear our friends are doing well, and actually good for Nick and Nathan there. Let's do a little fighting back, but everyone else, Chris and Gibraltar and Rainey and Jake, there's everyone you want to be is in this. So I'm just excited to see, the best putters come out and win. So,
well, I'll ask you one more question before I let you go here. The team and the singles. Let's get a prediction from you at the end of round 1 after both waves have went through. What do you think is going to be leading in the team and singles divisions?
my understanding is I think they're on the easier of the 2 courses, and you have to correct me if I'm wrong.
I think they are. Yeah.
So I'm thinking this first round, if you can get hot, it could be 4 under on single.
Yeah.
It's ambitious. I'm thinking 7 or 8 overall, but I'm thinking maybe 4 or 5 under as a team, maybe 6 if you can really heat up.
Yeah.
And then you try to finish 7 or 8. I think that's the number. If you're putting your flooding out of your mind.
Yeah.
But it's doable.
Yeah.
But it's doable.
Sounds good. Well, John, thanks for calling in. Once again, to those of you watching right now, John Weichel, top WPT putter, has called in to share some thoughts. John, really appreciate it. And yeah, hey, give me a call back, maybe like halfway through round 2, and we'll talk again if you got the time. Okay.
And all you're doing for all us to take first.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. All right. Thanks, John. All right. That's John Weichel, everybody. Well, that was fun. Got a little phone call in from John Weichel. Yeah, John has really, he was always been a good putter, but he's been practicing a lot of putting world, and gosh, he's taken himself to the next level. I don't know if you heard about this Michelob Ultra tournament that I ended up winning. He finished second by 1 stroke and was nipping at my heels the whole way. He just won $5,000 on the World Putting Tour. So John Weichel, that's a name to watch out for. He's just like me, man. He wishes he could be down there in Palm Beach. He had work issues. Being that it was midweek, he couldn't make it because of work. And I know a lot of the guys probably were in that boat where, most of these guys have 9 to 5 jobs, like they're working men, right? Like you throw this tournament on a Thursday night, it's kind of tough to make it if work won't let you go. So I've always felt like they should have an East Coast and a West Coast final, to be fair to the West Coast players, so we don't have to take plane flights and get hotel rooms and travel super far. They did do the championship, a year and a half ago in Scottsdale, so I can't complain too much. But hopefully they bring back a big one on the West Coast, because for guys that are in California, it's kind of tough to make it down to Palm Beach, Florida. But anyway, thanks, John Weichel, for checking in. Appreciate that. Let's get back to the leaderboard here. Let's check out the team leaderboard. And we still got Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson at -2. A lot of the players are through about 7, 8 holes. Nobody lighting it up. Kind of surprising. Kind of surprising. Heat Line and Jacob Fair tied for second at -1 through 7 holes. Hans Olafson and Nate Nichols -1 through 7 holes. So they've had some good luck here. So they were even par up until hole 13, and Hans Olafson birdies hole 13. So watch out. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols, -1, creeping up the leaderboard. Also, Robert Morrison and Pendra Modak at -1. They've birdied hole 15. So watch out for them. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainy Stadium still through 7 holes, -1. Tito Silverman and Chi Nguyen through 7 holes at even par. Frank Bassesi and Seve Kakelkia even par through 7 holes. Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson right there through 6 holes, even par. One thing about this bunched up leaderboard, God, you get a couple to roll in, you're in first place. So we'll see. We'll see what these top guys can do here. Let's get an update now on the singles leaderboard. Probably not much has changed. Once again, this tough PopStroke course, it is tough to make birdies. We still got Michael Adamson at -1, Jacob Fair at -1 in the lead, Rainy Stadium at -1. Always watch out for Rainy Stadium. One of the top putters of all time right now is leading the PopStroke Invitational at -1 through 8 holes. Tito Silverman and Hans Olafson both at +1 through 8 holes, tied for 8th place. Robert Morris at +1 through 8 holes. But Robert Morris was able to birdie hole 15 for his team. Nice birdie for Robert Morris. Robert Morris, once again, I call him the most connected man in competitive putting. This guy knows everything about competitive putting. He just has all the connections and knows everything. And he's been practicing quite a bit out at this West Palm Beach PopStroke course. So watch out for Robert Morris heating up. Jacob Stass +1 through 7 holes. And Chris Johnson struggling a little bit right now, +2 through 7 holes. Not sure Chris Johnson had enough time to practice this course for his liking. Only had a few days. I feel like the winners of this thing have probably got at least 5, 6 days practice in. Unfortunately, Nick DeGennaro has had a tough hole number 6. Nick DeGennaro has double bogeyed hole 6. He's at +2. Nathan Strand bogeys hole 6 as well. So that hurts them on the team. Nathan Strand currently tied for 18th place at +2. So these top teams, not exactly lighting it up like I thought they would, but you still have a whole series of them that are still uh, at the top of the leaderboard in the singles division. So you have Nick Dunlap is the clubhouse leader, along with Bobby Ray and Cole Isbell at +1, and you got 7 players above that, which I guess that is, flight 1 is, or flight 2 is sort of, running away with it. The problem is you wonder, have these guys played the easy holes or have they played the hard holes? A lot of holes that can bite you out there. It seems like hole 6 might be a tough hole. A lot of these guys that are at the top of the leaderboard start on the back 9. They haven't played hole 6 yet. So we'll see how that shapes up. So we have, Jacob Stass, even par through 8. Jacob Stass has just birdied. Jacob Stass has hit a hole in one on hole 8. He's climbed up that leaderboard just with 1 birdie. He's now already tied for 3rd. So watch out for Jacob Stass. Those of you who don't know Jacob, Jacob has the beard. He won the PopStroke Team Championship in 2022, and he's won 3 times on the World Putting Tour. Jacob Stass has. Jacob Stass is one of the best competitive putters on the planet. Jacob Stass is heating up. Jacob Stass even par through 8 holes with that birdie. Tied with Jeff Gibraltar, Chi Nguyen, and Michael Adamson. Rainy Stadium and Jacob Fair sit at top of the singles leaderboard right now at -1. Let's check out the team division. So the team division, Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson have moved into second place at -1, just one off the lead. Excellent birdie by Jacob Stass on hole number 8. That was huge. You know Chris Johnson's due for a birdie or two on the back nine, so you watch out for Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson. Jeff Gibraltar and Rady Statham at -1 through 8 holes. One thing that makes it very exciting about this course being, kind of tough to make birdies is that all it takes is just a couple. You make a you make a birdie on 9, your partner makes a birdie on 11, and you're leading the tournament. Yeah, very exciting stuff here. Just a couple birdies can you bring you back into the fray. So that's really cool. Really cool. Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson, and the team still clubhouse leader. Dax Isbell, Cole Isbell, still in second place in the clubhouse at -1 in the team. Let's shift back over into the singles division. Most of these players have played 9 holes. So singles division, Jacob Fair leading the way at -1. Rainey Statham leading the way at -1 through 9 holes. So it looks like almost everybody's gotten through 8 or 9 holes here. We got a couple groups that have just finished hole 7 for them. This is an extremely difficult course. Even though it's the black course, it's incredibly challenging. But I will say that because of the scores that I'm seeing so far, it looks like in the singles division, even par might win the whole thing because the blue course is going to be a lot tougher than the black. So if these guys are having this kind of a situation on the black, you can be rest assured that the blue is going to be pretty freaking challenging and maybe make it to where even par might win this whole thing. So let's go back over to the team. Once again, guys, welcome. PopStroke Invitational live commentary. This is the first time I've ever done YouTube live. It's interesting. This is it's kind of exciting. It's kind of fun. If you're not already a subscriber, subscribe to the channel. Leave us a thumbs up. Leave us a comment. If you want to call right now and get on the air and talk putting, give me a call right now, 619-933-4020. We can talk a little putting here. So nothing new has happened here. Everybody's kind of just stuck in neutral. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair, -1 in the team through 9 holes. Robert Morris, Opendra Modak, right there, -1 through 9 holes. Jacob Stass, Chris Johnson, -1 through 8 holes. Tito Silverman, Shi Nguyen, even par through 9. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols, even par through 9. Frank Bassesi, Seve Kakelkia, even par through 9. Robert DeLoche, Nick Hatch, even par through 9. So a lot of teams in that second wave just hovering right around even par. Can those guys make a couple birdies coming in, shoot themselves up to the top of the leaderboard? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new leader of the tournament. Big shocker. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair, -2 through 10 holes. And Jacob Fair hits another big putt. Pete Lyon struggling right now at +4 on his singles round. But Jacob Fair has picked up the pieces. Jacob Fair, -2 through his round. He's got about 7 holes left. -2 is Jacob Fair. He's leading the singles and the team. Big, big, big time performance right now from Jacob Fair. Rumor had it that Jacob Fair was at the facility quite a bit. And a putter of his stature, when he gets the type of practice that he's been getting out there, I just don't see him getting beat. I said this earlier in the broadcast. With all these top putters, they're all so good that oftentimes it does come down to who's gotten more practice. Not trying to take away from Jacob Fair's performance here. I'm just saying that I did hear Jacob Fair was at this place morning, noon, and night. It does not surprise me that he is currently leading both the singles and the team PopStroke Invitational. Let's go back over to the singles division. Once again, Jacob Fair leading the tournament -2. Rainey Statham still holding tight at -1. Michael Adamson has fallen down to even par through 11. Michael Adamson did have a bogey on hole 18, which was his hole 10. So Michael Adamson drops a shot. Chi Nguyen, just a model of consistency. Par on every hole, even par through 10. Upendra Modak, even par through 10. Upendra, par on every hole, very solid. Jacob Stass has one bogey, one birdie, even par through 9 at the turn. So can Stass lift his team up and make some birdies on the back 9? That's going to be the big question here. It looks like Chris Johnson's not having his best day. Chris Johnson now has fallen to 32nd place at +3. So with that, Chris Johnson, Jake Stass, they're the 2022 PopStroke team champions, the dream team, I call them. Jacob Stass is going to have to carry the load here, it looks like. And there'd not be too many people that you'd want to carry the load more than Jacob Stass. Jacob Stass is just absolutely one of the best putters in this universe. So Jacob Stass holding tight. He's just 2 back. Jacob Fair -2, still in the lead. Robert Morris struggling just a tiny bit here. It says he's at +2, but I'm showing 2 bogeys and 1 birdie on a scorecard, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. So there might be some sort of scoring. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Robert Morris has bogeyed 3 holes. 3 bogeys for Robert Morris and 1 birdie. Robert Morris currently tied for 16th at +2. Nathan Strand, one of Phoenix's finest, has steadied the ship, made 4 pars in a row. Nathan Strand has 2 bogeys on his round. He's currently through 10 holes at +2. Nathan Strand has gotten a good amount of practice out there. Wouldn't be surprised to see him at least with 1 birdie coming in. See if there's any other notables that aren't doing so hot. Big shocker with Pete Line at +4 through 11. I know he's probably livid out there right now. I could just look at his face. He probably just, if looks could kill, you could probably take a look at Pete Line right now and see murder in his eyes because he's gotten a lot of practice out there and he's just one of the best freaking putters I've ever seen at PopStroke courses. He's currently struggling at +4. So you can count him out for the singles division. If he could come through with an ace or 2 down the stretch to help his team, gosh, that would be big because Jacob Fair has sort of carried the load so far with that team. Nathan Andrews, +7 through 8 holes. Nathan having a very tough go out there. Margie Bean, +10 through 10 holes on this round. Tough go for her. Alfredo Silva, +12 through 8 holes. Having a really tough go. Other than that, the singles leaderboard is littered with guys on the course. Once again, Nick Dunlap is the clubhouse leader at +1. It does not look like that's going to hold up. We currently have 8 players ahead of him. So my prediction was a little bit right here, and that the second wave of players, where all the top guys were, they're leading the tournament here. But that just changed. We lost 2 guys on that, and now we only have 6 guys beating Nick Dunlap. We got Jacob Fair at -2, Rainey Statham at -1. Jacob Fair is through 11 holes. Rainey Statham is through 10 holes. Chi Nguyen sits at 3rd place, even par through 11. Upendra Modak, even par through 11. Jacob Stass, even par through 11. Jeff Gibraltar, right there, even par through 10. So it's the who's who at the top of the leaderboard, other than Upendra Modak, who has been texting me a bunch. He's a very nice guy. He doesn't have very much experience in the competitive putting world, but man, this guy got a bunch of practice in, and look at him, tied for 3rd in the singles division. Let's go back to the team division and see how these guys are doing. Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson still leading the tournament at -2 in the clubhouse. We got Pete Line and Jacob Fair, -2 through 11 holes. Peter Kinnaid and Peter Bradbeer, never heard of them, doing very well, -1 through 12 holes. Christian Cavalier and Nick Macario. I heard about these guys. I think they're local guys, putting very well, -1 through 11. Tied for third, also Robert Morrison of Pendra Modak, -1 through 11. Opendra really carrying that team with those pars. Jacob Stats, Chris Johnson, -1 through 10. Gibraltar Statham, -1 through 11. So once again, guys, this is getting exciting, right? We're in wave 2, round 1. We got most of the top guys on the course right now. Once again, this is live commentary for the PopStroke Invitational. First time I've ever done this, guys, so bear with me a little bit. We might make some mistakes, might stutter a little bit here and there, but I'm doing my best here to give you guys some live content commentary and make this a lot of fun for those of you who are watching, and appreciate the people that are watching right now. If you're not subscribed to the channel already, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We appreciate it. All right, I'll be right back with you. Guys, take one little drink break here. All right. Okay. Appreciate it. Appreciate you sticking with me here. Once again, live commentary, PopStroke Invitational. They're down in West Palm Beach right now. I wish I was down there. I can feel the tension of this big tournament. And God, it'd be nice to be down there. Just wasn't able to make it happen. But I can still root on my buddies. Got a lot of friends that are playing in this thing. I'm rooting for all these guys. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair, still in the lead, -2 through 11 holes. Once again, if you want to talk putting, give me a call right now, 619-933-4020. We'll get you on the air, we'll get you live, and we'll talk some putting. Let's go back to the singles leaderboard. Jacob Fair leading the way at -2. Rainy Statham, -1. Chi Nguyen, even par. Upendra Modak, even par. Jacob Stats, even par. Jeff Gibraltar, even par. So there's 6 players ahead of the clubhouse leader, Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour Nick Dunlap. Not a lot of birdies out there. Looks like this course is playing a lot tougher than the guys probably thought. John Weichel had some predictions that were, guys that would maybe go real low. Doesn't look like that's coming to fruition. Looks like we got a lot of players here that are just kind of stuck in neutral. Not a lot of aces, and that makes sense. I mean, this even the black PopStroke courses, like it's not a birdie fest type situation. They're just they're tough holes. I had mentioned earlier that a lot of these professional putting tournaments, like the PPA stuff that they play on the putt courses, and even like a lot of the National Putting Tour events that are done on natural grass. I mean, it's kind of a birdie fest. PopStroke's just the opposite. Now, I will say this: another thing to keep in mind, they're playing this course to a par 36. The normal par on this course is usually 41. So it's a little bit misleading. They don't play any of the par threes to par threes. They play in the par twos. So a little bit misleading there. But yeah, right now, Jacob Fair leading the singles at -2. He's got an incredible round going out there. Now let's take a look back at the team competition, see if anything has changed. Once again, guys are still stuck in neutral here. Not a whole lot going on. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair still leading the way at -2. And as I said before, Jacob Fair probably got more practice on this course than anyone out there. And the thing about him is that he's such a good putter. I don't think I've seen anybody make more comebackers than this guy. So my guess is this 2-under round that he's got going, probably not a lot of tap-ins. Probably had 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7 footers that he made. He probably knows every single comebacker out there. So I feel like that's what wins it in PopStroke tournaments are the comebackers. That's where it's won and lost is those 5 footers, the 6 footers, the 7 footers. And then if you have like a comebacker that's 12, 13 feet or 10 feet or something, not to be stupid and blow it past the hole, and then you miss that comebacker, make sure that you minimize damage, especially if you get into the sand traps. You get into the sand traps out at PopStroke, you want to make sure you minimize damage. Don't do anything stupid to make a 4 or 5. Just suck it up, make the bogey, just try to get it by the hole. And there's an art to that. There's a skill to that that's acquired that you have to learn. It's not just something given to you. This just in, Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair are now at -3 through 13 holes. Let's see what happened here. And what do you know? Pete Lyon finally comes through with an ace on hole 17. So I was figuring that would probably happen. You know, Pete Lyon was +4. He's livid. He's pissed. He's grinding. He knows he's got to come through for his teammate. He makes a big birdie on hole 17. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair leading the PopStroke Invitational. They were the Vegas favorites, in my opinion. If Vegas was doing a betting line on this thing, they would be the Vegas favorites. So the cream rises to the top. The team with the most practice and probably the most talent too is leading the PopStroke Invitational at -3 through 13. Can't imagine that they would fall backwards there. So they're probably going to be the new leader. Let's go back to the singles division. Big news. Rainey Statham has birdied. Rainey Statham has birdied hole 15. And he just birdied hole 7. So Rainey Statham, one of the most decorated competitive putters of all time, has 6 holes to play and is leading the PopStroke Invitational at -2. Unbelievable. Rainey Statham getting it done, baby. Let's go, Rainey. Let's go, Rainey. That's awesome. Awesome stuff from Rainey Statham. Hans Olafsson. Hans Olafsson making a splash. Hans Olafsson's back to even par. We thought he might be out of this. We were wrong. Hans Olafsson aces hole 1. Hans Olafsson has 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to play. Hans Olafsson is currently tied for 4th place at even par. Watch out for Hansi. Okay. Hansi won the PopStroke High Roller in Orlando roughly a year and a half, 2 years ago. Hans Olafsson, one of the most decorated competitive putters of all time from Sweden, probably on the Mount Rushmore of putters. Hans Olafsson's absolutely phenomenal. And Hans Olafsson has birdied hole 1 to catapult himself into 4th place. Hans Olafsson at even par. Other big news, Upendra Modak has birdied hole 6. Upendra has all pars and 1 birdie. Upendra's got 4 to play. He's 1 back on the singles division. Upendra Modak, watch out for this guy. He's gotten a lot of practice out there. He won the amateur division of the 2024 National Putting Tour final at Myrtle Beach. And he didn't putt all that great, but he told me that he really wants to devote himself to this. And he spent a lot of time. And by golly, he's 1 back. Very exciting stuff happening right now with some of these top players. Jeff Gibraltar kind of just stuck in neutral here. He's got 1 birdie, 1 bogey. But watch out for Gibraltar. Jacob Stass kind of stuck in neutral here at even par. Chi Nguyen and Tito Silverman have fallen back on a stroke. They're both at +1 through 13. Frank Bassesi at +1 through 13. Nick Hatch +1 through 12. Nate Nichols +2 through 13. Nick DeGennaro +2 through 12. Robert Morris +3 through 12. Nathan Strand +3 through 12. But the big story right now is Jacob Fair. Jacob Fair currently at -2 through 13, and Rainey Statham -2 through 12. Now let's take another look at the team competition. Once again, Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair leading the way at -3. Robert Morris, Upendra Modak at -2. Upendra Modak carrying that team. Kind of a shocker there. Most of the teams now are through 13, 14 holes. Some are through 15 holes. So we're getting towards the end. We're coming to an end here on round one. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainey Statham at -2. Rainey Statham once again, all pars and 2 birdies. Jeff Gibraltar has 1 birdie and 1 bogey, but the birdie that he had was on the same hole that Rainey made. So we got some top teams up there, but no one is really running away with this thing. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair at -3. Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson in the clubhouse at -2. Rob Morris, Upendra Modak at -2. Jeff Gibraltar and Statham at -2. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell in the clubhouse at -1. Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson at -1. They're right there. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols tied for 5th at -1. So they're right there. So can these top guys down the stretch, can they get a birdie or 2 to catapult themselves up into the top of the leaderboard? You don't need much on this course as far as hole-in-ones go. You get a hole-in-one or 2 roll in, you're right there at the top of the leaderboard. So I got a comment here from Taylor Christensen. How do you watch the tournament? Unfortunately, buddy, you can't watch the tournament. There's no live video feed for this. If you go to puttingchannel.com and you click on the banner button, uh, you can see the live leaderboard, which is what I'm looking at right now. But actually visually watching the tournament, unfortunately, my man, there's no live feed. I wish there was. Unfortunately, and I know this firsthand because I've produced a few TV shows for this kind of a thing, it costs a lot of money to do a live broadcast. And yeah, it's an expensive ordeal with the camera guys, and then you need the guy in the truck that switches the cameras and goes from this camera to that camera, and then you got sound and you got this and that. I mean, I shopped it around and I couldn't find any group under 10, 15,000 to do it. Um, I know that the World Putting League, the WPL, which is now called Putt Tour, they're the only entity that I know that does a live broadcast, and it's pretty cool. If you search on YouTube the Pro League Network and then get to their YouTube page and maybe click on videos or click on one of the subcategories on their page, you'll find Putt Tour, and they do stuff on YouTube Live, kind of like what I'm doing right now. and it's very fun. But yeah, Taylor, sorry, buddy. You're stuck with my live commentary. If you want some sort of live commentary or feedback on what's going on out there, and I'm just looking at the Golf Genius link, with which once again you can find puttingchannel.com in the banner. Carrie Olds left us a comment. Thank you for doing this, Brock. You're doing a great job. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, Gary. We love you, and can't wait to see you soon at a putting tournament. I'm throwing a big putting tournament for my ESPN show. It's going to be a lot of fun. June 28th at the American Dream Mall. So maybe there's some of you that might end up coming out to that one. That'd be really cool. All right, so let's go back to the singles division. Not much has changed. Jacob Fair and Rainey Stadium both lead at -2. Apendra Modak in third at -1. Hans Olafson in fourth place at even par. Jacob Stass at even par through 13. Jeff Gibraltar even par through 13. So we got 6 players that are beating the Wave 1 player, Nick Dunlap, which I figured that would probably be the case because the top guys were in Wave 2. Not that Nick Dunlap's no slouch. I mean, he's a PGA Tour pro, but I don't care if you're Tiger Woods in his prime. If you don't get enough practice on on these PopStroke courses, you don't know, and get a lot of work in on the comebackers, you're not going to lead this thing. It's too bad that Tiger has not come out to one of these events. I know he's really busy with the TRL and everything else he does. So I love Tiger. I'm not trying to hate on Tiger, but man, it'd be cool if him and Charlie were to someday play in the team division. Everyone always says that. Hey, get him and Charlie out of here. Probably never going to happen, but you never know. So let's go back to the team. Let's see if anything different has happened in this team division here. Nothing new. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair, -3 through 15. So they got 3 holes left to play. Robert Morris, Apendra Modak at -2. God, what a great showing for those guys. Those guys have put a lot of work in, and they deserve it. And let's hope that they can stay in the top 3 and get themselves some money. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainey Stadium, another dream team, Hall of Fame team at -2, just one back. So gosh, they're right there. They are right there. And the blue course is tougher than the black course, and things could get really dicey and really interesting here in round 2. So we're getting close to the end of round 1 here. Getting close to the end of round 1. Let's go take a look at something. Nate Strand had sent me a schedule. I'll go ahead and flash that to the screen. This was sent to the players. So this is the schedule here. Let's see, I don't even know if I can get it to show. It doesn't look like. Yeah, sorry guys. I'll read it off to you. It says registration 5:30, opening ceremony 6:15, round 1 6:30 to 7:45. Right now it's already 8:30. So we're blowing way past this schedule. 7:15 to 8:15 food buffet opens. There's supposed to be like a buffet halfway in between, but it's already 8:30 out there. They have in their schedule 8:30 to 9:45 round 2 shotgun start on the blue course. So this thing's going way late. Way late. It's 8:30 and we're not even done with round 1. So I'm not sure what they're going to do. They close I think midnight or 1 o'clock. So there's no problem, getting this thing in. But what they're gonna do for the break, I have no idea. I have no idea. We'll find out. Hopefully, I can get a phone call in Nathan Strand mid-tournament. Let's get back to the action. Let's get back to the leaderboard. See what's happening here in the singles division. Nothing's happened. Same as it was before. Jacob Fair leading this thing at -2. Rainey Stadium at -2 through 14. Jacob Fair was through 15. Apendra Modak, big shocker, big dark horse there. Good putter, but very shocking that he's in this position. He's a great guy. Love the guy. Played in my tournament. Played a couple of my tournaments. Love the guy, but completely out of nowhere, this guy. Cinderella story, you might say. Upendra Modak at -1. Jacob Stass, old trusty, right there at even par. Hans Olafsson in fourth place with Jacob at even par through 15, within striking distance. Anything can happen on the blue course. Jeff Gibraltar, even par through 14, right there. Some of these other players, Chi Nguyen, still hanging tough, +1 through 15. Tito Silverman, never count out Tito. Once again, Tito's most famous for his second place finish to Taylor Montgomery in the 2019 MSOP final. He's a putting legend. Probably won close to $30,000 in putting in the last 6-7 years. Tito Silverman is in the hunt at +1. Frank Bassesi, +2 through 15. Robert Deloche, +2 through 14. Nick DeGennaro, +3 through 15. Pete Lyon, a little bit of a shocker there, +3 through 15, not having his best day. Nate Nichols, +3 through 15. Nathan Strand, +4 through 15, having a little bit of a struggle out there. Robert Morris, +4 through 15. Seve Kakelkia, not having his best day, +4 through 15. Let's go back to the team division and see if anything has happened. And we're having a beautiful sunset here in San Diego, California. And the Golf Genius app is holding up. It's stalling out a little bit here. Let me try to reload this thing here. Okay. Let's go to the team, see if there's anything new. Nothing new. Heat Lion Jacob Fair, -3 through 16. Hans Olafsson, Nate Nichols have made a jump. They're at -2. Nate Nichols has birdied hole 4. Huge birdie hit hole-in-one for Nate Nichols on hole 4. They have 2 to play. They're 1 back off the team leader. Heat Line and Jacob Fair. Monster putt for Nate Nichols. Happy for him, man. I'll tell you, one hole in one win you a tournament out here. So Nate Nichols, baby. PPA champion, Professional Putters Association champion last year, Nate Nichols has helped his team out with a hole-in-one on hole 4. They are now -2. Robert Morris and Upendra Modak still at -2. Still at -2 for those guys. Got a birdie from Rob Morris on 15 and a birdie from Upendra Modak on hole 6. Rob Morris struggling a little bit in the singles, currently at +4. But Upendra Modak carrying that team, and then birdies at the right time, and they are just 1 off this lead. First place is going to be around $75,000. So these guys are playing for a lot of cash. A lot of dough. Jacob Stats, Chris Johnson, just hovering at -1, just lurking. Anything can happen on that blue course. If you're within, I would say if you're within 3 strokes of the lead, you got a chance. Within 3 strokes of the lead. Blue course is going to be much more difficult, and birdies are going to be a little bit more hard to come by. So, yeah, I'd say if you're 3 back, you still got a shot. You still got a shot. So currently, right now, Heat Line, Jacob Fair, got 2 holes to play. They're at -3. Once again, our clubhouse leaders, Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson at -2. Now, I'm not trying to say that Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson can't win this thing. They definitely can. I would say one of the issues that they're facing is they probably both had minimal practice. And on the blue course, you can get away with that. You can get away with minimal practice on the blue course. the black course. On the blue course, it's going to be tougher. So you're going to need more practice. So, in my opinion, Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson will probably fall back after the second round. I would be shocked to see them there at the top of the leaderboard after round two because those guys did not get enough practice. I know that I'm guessing Nick Dunlap probably got there the day before the tournament or something. And that's not going to fly against these top competitive putters, especially when you're playing on the blue course and you're playing against, the toughest competitive putters on the planet that have been there for a week. And in the case of Pete Line and Jacob Fair, they live, relatively speaking, they live right down the street. So I would not expect Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson to be there. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell at -1. I know that they got a lot of practice in. They live in Georgia, so they probably went down there a couple weekends before or something, got some practice in. So Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell at -1, they were in wave one. They might have a chance to hang in there in round two. But you got, these top teams up here. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair -3. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols -2. Rob Morris, Upendra Modak -2. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainey Statham -2. The winner, in my opinion, is going to be one of those four teams. Lyon Fair, Olson, Nichols, Morris, Modak, or Gibraltar Statham. And then, maybe Stas and Chris Johnson at -1 might be able to squeak it out. But yeah, it's gonna be those teams at the end. It's gonna be those teams. Which, if you had a Vegas handicapper handicapping this thing, it would be those teams. Those I would have had Pete Line and Jacob Fair as the favorite. I would have Olson Nichols up there. I'd have Morris Modak up there. I'd have Gibraltar Rainey up there. So no shocker here, as usual. The cream rises to the top, and the who's who of competitive putting are leading this tournament. Let's go back to the singles division and see if anything has changed there. Golf Genius app is stalling out a little bit. Once again, guys, thank you so much for watching. If you're not a subscriber already, please do me a favor, subscribe to the channel, help competitive putting. I'm really doing a lot more of these videos in the future, and I really want to do more. My YouTube channel is almost fully monetized, so that's very exciting. So I'm going to be doing more videos, more content. Help out competitive putting, help out the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, leave us a comment. We do have another comment here from Josh Mars. Hi there from Australia. What's up, Australia? That's awesome, man. Thank you so much for watching, dude. Appreciate it. Technology, isn't it amazing? You can be in Australia and can watch me here in sunny Southern California. I know it's also pretty sunny in Australia these days. I heard it's pretty damn hot down there this time of year. So thank you, Josh Mars, for the thumbs up. Appreciate that. So the leaders are coming down the stretch here. Let's go to the singles division, see if anything has changed. It has not. Jacob Fair is in the clubhouse, and he is our new clubhouse leader at -2. Rainey Statham, -2 with 2 to play. There were some guys birding 18, so I don't think 18 is that tough of a hole. So maybe Statham can end up in the lead at the end of this thing. Rainey Statham -2 through 16. The Cinderella story. Unbelievable. Upendra Modak went from winning the amateur division a few months ago in my tournament to one back on the biggest tournament and the biggest stage in competitive putting. Upendra Modak -1 through 17. Hans Olafson in the clubhouse, even par through 18. Hans Olafson is a guy who, excuse me, Hans Olafson is a guy who has a lot of what I call firepower. And what I mean by firepower is like, sometimes I'll talk about this when it comes to someone who's like a regular golfer who, like, let's say used to be a scratch player, but now they don't play very much. They're not very good. They're like a 7 handicap now. But they were once a scratch player. So because they were once a scratch player, they have firepower. They have the ability to ring off a few birdies because they've been at a very high level. Well, I put Hans Olafson in that category. Even though he's 2 back, he's got a lot of firepower. This is one of the most decorated competitive putters of all time. So he could whip off some birdies on the blue course. So by no means is he out of it at even par. Jacob Stas, even par through 17. That's another guy, same situation. Jeff Gibraltar, same situation. Two back, no big deal. The blue course is tough. Jacob Fair could hiccup and make a couple bogeys, and then boom, those guys are right back in it. So the top guys are starting to finish up here. Chinu Wen and Tito Silverman, both at +1 through their first round. They're right there too. You never know. But as we start to get down into the +2, +3, the blue course is so tough, and you got 5 or 6 top guys ahead of you. I just don't think you can come back from +2, +3 in this tournament. In a regular golf tournament, you can go out and shoot 62 and get it done. It's not like this with this course. This is like one of the I've heard it's one of the most toughest PopStroke courses around. So at +2, +3, you're probably out of the singles. Nate Nichols at +2. Gonna be tough to win. Nick DeGennaro, +3 through 17. Heat Lion, very shocking, +4 through 18. I know he's probably super pissed right now, but Pete Lion needs to have blinders on right now. He's leading the team, and there's 75 grand to win. So if I'm Pete right now, I just say, you know what? Forget it. Forget that I just had a bad round. Jacob carried me. Now it's my turn to now carry Jacob on the blue course, and Pete might very well do that. Pete's another guy who, watch out, he can get it done. Nathan Strand, a little bit of a disappointing first round at +5 through 17. Nick Hatch, same thing, +5 through 16. Having a little bit of a rough day. So these guys are just about finishing up here. Let's take a look at the team leaderboard, see if anything has changed. We got another comment. Josh Mars, still hoping NPT will have an event at US Open. I'm there for a week practicing. Thank you, Josh. Not sure if that's going to happen or not. One of the reasons is I'm driving. I have to stay here for Mother's Day, and then I'm going to be driving across country. I don't think I'm going to get in there until that like Thursday. So I haven't talked to Brian Akers. We originally talked about maybe an NPT event the night before, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. But maybe we do what I call an NPT practice session, was just sort of like a low key kind of get together tournament. Maybe we do that on Thursday night and just maybe $20, $30, $40, and we do like a 1 or 2 round tournament. But thank you, Josh. Appreciate that. Just got a comment from Keith Barfield. Rainey made hole 12 to go to -3. Let's take a look at that. Oh, yes. The legends have entered the building, ladies and gentlemen. Rainey Statham, -3. Thank you, Keith, for that heads up. Rainey Statham has just made an ace on hole 17. Rainey Statham is now leading the tournament at -3. And I'm 18. He is makeable. So it's not over yet. Oh, God, I can't believe Rainey Statham, baby. He's doing it. Everybody roots for Rainey. I don't know if there's a nicer guy in competitive putting than Rainey. He's just I remember one tournament he did some diagrams and like showed everybody the lines. Like the guy is just like the coolest fucking guy going, dude. Okay, so let's look at the team now. So now we got a tie at top of the leaderboard. Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham, -3. They're in the clubhouse now. They've just finished up. Looks like Rainey did par 18. So we got two leaders here, Pete Line and Jacob Fair, and Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham at -3. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols, -2. Robert Morris, Apendra Modak, -2. Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson in the clubhouse at -1. Only 2 back on the blue course. That's nothing for those guys. So awesome. Keith Barfield sent us another comment. Reminder, it was a shotgun start. Yes, it was a shotgun start, and it was 2 waves. So 2 shotgun starts. Now, I'm not sure what they're going to do for the second round. I know that there was something in the notes where they said that they're going to reshuffle. So here's how that works. If you're leading the tournament, you start on hole 1. Second place, hole 2, third place, hole 3, and so on, so that you get to finish on the 18th hole. My guess is they'll probably put out a first flight of all the players not in like the top 20 or something. So if you're in the top 20, you're probably going to have an extra long wait, and they'll take the top 20 teams, top 25 teams, and they'll put them out a shotgun start, probably starting in about an hour and a half. So this thing is going late, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't expect it to go this long. I don't know how long I can stay on this live feed. Maybe I just tough it out, but I got to get some food here at some point. I might just have to snack on some stuff that I have here. Got a couple text message. Nathan Strand said someone walked across his line. Let's give Nathan Strand a call and see if he picks up. He had a little bit of a tough round. He might be too upset to pick up. Or they might be sending him right back up in the call. So Nathan wasn't able to pick up. That's okay. Nathan Strand, a little bit of a tough go, +5. He said someone walked in front of his line 2 times. Now that can be pretty discouraging. But, I was telling Nathan, don't get too discouraged if you're not at the top of the leaderboard, because this is the who's who of competitive putting. So you gotta realize that it's not that easy. It's just not that easy. And I know when you spend a lot of money, it can be very discouraging when you're not in the hunt. You spend three to $4,000 on a trip, and you're not doing well. It's pretty discouraging. So I feel bad for Nathan Strand and Nick DeGennaro, but that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes in competitive putting. And when you got these top teams, especially like Jacob Fair and Pete Lyon, who live right down the street. Upendra Modak and Robert Morris live right down the street. My guess is Dunlap and that guy probably have gotten some practice on the course. They probably live in Florida. A lot of those PGA guys live in Florida, so they probably live right down the street too. And then you got teams like Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson. I mean, those guys were there on Monday. So they got 4 days to practice, and you're talking about the best competitive putters on the planet, Stass and Chris Johnson, 2 of the best to ever do it. So, Nathan Strand, Nick DeGennaro, keep your head up. The rest of the teams out there that haven't done so well, keep your head up. It ain't easy. It's not easy. I know firsthand. It's not easy to beat these guys. When you get a full field of top players, it's not. It's just not easy. Let's take another check here on this leaderboard. See if they've posted anything. Okay, so they've already posted. No, nothing posted yet. Once again, a quick recap here, and I'll go ahead and just show this. My phone's just too bright. It's not working. Once again, if you want to see the leaderboard, go to puttingchannel.com. In the banner, there's a button. You can click on the button. You can see the same leaderboard that I'm looking at right now. So in the team division, we got Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair leading the way at -3, along with the Hall of Fame team, Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham. You got Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour pro, and his buddy, probably a phenomenal putter, Corey Johnson at -2. Hans Olafsson, one of the most decorated putters of all time, Swedish putting team, Hans Olafsson and Nate Nichols, the Professional Putters Association champion, at 2 under. You got Robert Morris and Upendra Modak, the Cinderella story. Those guys have been getting a lot of practice out there. They're right there, 1 back at -2. Dax Isbell, Cole Isbell at -1. Jacob Stass, Chris Johnson at -1. Peter Kinnaid and Peter Bradbeer at -1. Christian Cavalier and Nick Macario at -1. Gabby Golf Girl at even par with Matt Atkins. Here's Nathan Strand. Hey Nathan, I'm doing a YouTube live broadcast. You're on YouTube live right now. How's it going, buddy? Oh, you did. Okay. Hey, you're a +1 on the team. You are right there. You are right there. Keep fighting. Oh, jeez.
Two more people walk across. Well, you have to kick me.
So they're letting spectators out on the course?
No, they just did it anyways, and they
People,
just happened to. And then instead of running around the hole, they ran across the green right when I was hitting.
that's a bummer, man. That's a bummer. Yeah, that can be pretty distracting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacob shot even himself, and their team shot -1.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been following the leaderboard pretty religiously. Um,
42, and Nick Gizmo shot 39 individually.
yeah, I saw Chris had a little bit of a struggle out there, huh?
Yeah, we all had a lot of pots. I mean, not like our sports. This sports is way tougher.
Well, that's one thing I was, because as I've told you, I'm doing a YouTube live thing here right now. I've never done this before, but we got 7 people watching right now, so we got a little bit of an audience. But I was telling the people on my broadcast here that the blue course is probably a lot tougher than the black course. So there is the ability to swing up. If you just happen to make a few aces, boom, you can jump right to the top of the leaderboard. Uh,
Probably almost catch the leaders.
oh, it's the holes are playing that difficult.
I think it's the red course of Scottsdale by far.
Really? Okay. Well, that red course in Scottsdale might be the toughest PopStroke course that I've ever played. So
Like, I
it's tough. Yeah.
mean, I'm shooting 5 over easily.
Right. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, you're sitting at +1 in the team. If you guys can get a couple to roll in, and maybe the leader's gonna have a hiccup or two. Pete Lyon shot +4 or +3, so he's not having his best day. But Jacob's putting good. Yeah. Well, as I told you and told the people that are watching right now, Jacob Fair, I heard he was there like every day. So he's gotten the most practice in out there, which, that's definitely going to make a big difference. I'm kind of curious, they went to this 2 wave thing. The schedule that they initially put out has just got completely blown out of the water. Have they decided what they're going to do for round 2? I figured they probably have like the top 20 teams going wave 2 maybe or something. Gotcha.
People, probably gonna repower wave 2 by how you did.
Right.
Wave 1 they're way over that, no chance.
They're already sending out groups right now. Are they starting from 1 or are they shotgunning that?
I believe they're shotgunning again.
Right. Okay. So they're shot.
Wave 1, the second round.
Right.
So
Oh, so like Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson, they're not playing in wave 2?
I don't think so.
Gotcha.
Look at the leaderboard.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Interesting.
See here.
Okay. Once again, those of you who are watching, we're with Nathan Strand. Nathan Strand's in the tournament right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. They're not many of the leaders. Here's what I'm saying. See, if somebody, for example, Nick Dunlap, he's like, so he's going out later. Okay, that's what I was asking. Okay. Yeah, he's going out later.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, that's cool. Well, hey man, keep your head up and keep on fighting, because all you need is like 1 or 2 aces to go in, dude, and you just shoot right over the top of the leaderboard. No kidding. Yeah, the blue course is that challenging.
I mean, we none of the guys. So
Yeah,
very
interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it makes sense. If the blue course is playing that tough, that would make sense. Well, hey, dude, thank you so much for calling, dude. And yeah, man, go get them out there.
all right. Bye.
All right, later, Nate. So that was Nathan Strand. I'm gonna try someone else here. See if we can get Rob Morris on the phone here. See if Rob picks up here. Yeah, it's all good. Rob's a little busy. Once again, Rob Morris and Opendra right now are -2 in the team division. So we got a little bit of a break here. Uh, man, shaping out to be a good tournament. As you heard from Nathan Strand, they're going to be sending out a first wave here shortly. They're going to, as I predicted, they're going to probably hold back the top, 15, 20 teams, maybe 25 teams, hold them back for a second wave. So we got quite a bit of time here before the second wave starts. Right now, 6 o'clock, just about 6 o'clock, San Diego West Coast time. So 9 o'clock Eastern. So they're quite a ways behind. You got to figure the leaders probably won't be teeing off till maybe 10:30 Eastern time. So what we're gonna do is this. I'm just gonna leave this feed going. I'm just gonna leave everything here. I gotta get a quick bite to eat. I wasn't expecting the tournament to go this long, so it's up to you if you want to stick around. I'm just gonna leave this feed going. Don't want to turn it off and then turn it back on, and then maybe the link changes or something like that. So I'm gonna take about a 20-30 minute break. You can stick around and just watch this blank screen. And I'll come back and we'll pick up action around two. So thanks so much, and yeah, hopefully you stick around, and I'll be back here in about 30 minutes. Thanks again. Be back at 6 p.m. PST. Pick up round two. Thank you to those that stuck around. Scarf down a couple tacos real quick. Get my original chair here. The original helm. All right. Well, thank you to those who stuck around. We got an exciting finish here coming up. Just talked to Rob Morris. He said that there's definitely some distractions and some issues. The announcements were bugging people, and I guess there wasn't supposed to be people out in the course, and then people started jumping out in the course like fans or whatever. And he said it's kind of a shit show out there, but he's stoked. He said that the putt that Opendra made hit the cup and bounced up in the air and bounced back in. So he was real happy about that. A little bit warm in here. So we're getting close to the start of round 2. So they did reshuffle, as I said. And the leaders are going off. So let's get back to this here. Until a lot of people are hitting up the Golf Genius app because it's been kind of lagging a little bit. While we're waiting for this to load up, we can kind of recap. So round 1's in the books, guys. Rainey Statham is in the lead at -3. Jacob Fair at -2. Upendra Modak at -1. Jeff Gibraltar, Jacob Stass, Hans Olafson at even par. Tito Silverman, Chi Nguyen, Michael Adamson, Bobby Ray, Cole Isbell, Nick Dunlap, all at +1. That's the top 12 players. Your winner, in my opinion, your winner is going to come from that top 12. Robert DeLosh at +2, Bassesi at +2. Maybe he's got a shot. Nate Nichols at +2. Maybe Nate Nichols has a chance. But it's going to be tough to come back. So Rob Morris says that the blue course is maybe the toughest blue course that he's ever played at PopStroke. So that could mean, some different things. It could mean that you can't come back from far away, or it could mean that a bunch of guys choke at the top and you get lucky and make a few aces and come back from behind. But because aces are so difficult, I just don't see anybody in the singles at +3 or below coming back. And then the guys you have at the top, Rainey Statham, Jacob Fair, Jeff Gibraltar, Stass, Olafson. I mean, it's the who's who at the top. So not everybody's going to choke at the top. There probably will be some guys that have a rough go. But yeah, I just think anybody at +3 in the singles doesn't have a chance. Let's go to the team division. Team division. Heat Lynham, Jacob Fair, -3. Gibraltar Statham, -3. Rob Morris, Upendra Modak, -2. Nick Dunlap, the PGA Tour Pro, and Corey Johnson at -2. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols at -2, just one back. At -1, Christian Cavalier and Nick Macario. I just talked to Rob Morris. He said those guys are local guys. But for some reason, they haven't gotten enough practice on the blue course. So he was saying that Christian Cavalier and Nick Macario probably not going to make a big run because they haven't had enough practice on the blue course. You got Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson, just two back at -1. They're right there. Peter Kinnaid and Peter Bradbeer, -1. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell. That Dax Isbell kid, that's the kid I told you about that won the Tin Cup championship that I threw maybe a couple of years ago at Tin Cup in Cumming, Georgia. Kid can putt, and he got a bunch of practice, so they're definitely in it. Robert Alash and Nick Hatch in the team, only three back. In a team situation with best ball, they're still in it. David Pastor, Sean Powers at even par. Frank Bassesi and Sevi Kakelka at even par. Tito Silverman and Chi Nu Wen at even par. All these guys are in it. I would say that anybody outside that, like we got at 20th place is +1. There's a bunch of teams there. It's not going to happen for you, man. It's not going to happen for you. There's too many good teams. So I'm going to focus my coverage more on the top, 10 to 15 teams, top 10 teams, top 7 to 10 teams. And it's no surprise the who's who is right there at the top. Okay. So I have here that they start at 9:45, so 6:42. Now that it was an assessment that was done by Craig, thinking that this first wave is going to get done. I'm looking at the first wave now, and I see hole 16, hole 14, hole 15, hole 14. So they're not going to start at 9:45. That's not happening. They have to wait for everybody to get off the course because it's a shotgun start. So you got all these teams that are out there. Everyone's got to be off the course, or maybe they might have like a team or two out there, but almost everybody's got to be off the course. So you got guys that still have 4 or 5 holes to play. So 6:43 here, 9:43 there. I would say we're probably looking at another 20 to 25 minutes before the top players go out. Okay. So we got some time. Jeff McNeil and Adam Long, they've made a little bit of a move, but not much. So I'm looking at the team scoreboard once again. You can go to puttingchannel.com. In the banner, there's a button. You can click on the button and get this leaderboard that I'm looking at right here. Now, hopefully you don't turn me off. You use another browser to check it out. But as I look at the teams that are out there, these teams they're no slouches, right? Robert Morris and Nate Strand said that you probably won't see anybody under par team-wise, which I thought was kind of shocking. Well, that's what's happening here. I'm looking at these scores: even par, +1, +2, +3, +4, +5. And this is just the score for this second round. So it looks like it's going to be pretty tough to go under par on the blue course with the team. And of course, singles is going to be all very hard. The question is, who, I hate to use this word, but who's going to choke? Who's going to blow it? Who's going to have the 4, the 5, the 6 on a hole? Because I know how I've played enough of these blue courses. I played Las Vegas blue and I've played Dallas blue. And I know the way they're constructing these courses. It's in huge ups and downs, and then it's real easy to get it into the sand traps. And then the sand traps, you're hitting up like a 3-foot face. So you could see, even amongst the best putters in the world, you could see a guy making a 4, making a 5, being in the lead, and he blows it. So not rooting for anybody to blow it, but it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see, what happens here. So we got some time. Let me go to the singles competition leaderboard and see. Let's recap the singles here. Okay. Rainey Statham, Hall of Famer, legend, one of the best to ever do it. Rainey Statham's at -3. Jacob Fair, the guy's been there morning, noon, and night. He's going to be right there at the end. He's at -2. Upendra Modak, the Cinderella story. You want to see a couple clips of Apendra, you can go to YouTube and type in National Putting Tour, Myrtle Beach Battle at the Beach, PopStroke tournament. You'll see a couple clips of Apendra in there. That's his first tournament. He won the amateur flight. Didn't putt very well, but he didn't get much practice on the course. But he the passion that this man had. He came up to me and talked to me, and then he's been texting me. Upendra Modak has the itch, the passion, and that goes a long way. He's been out there grinding, right? So he's got a shot. I like the guy, and I don't want to be negative about Upendra Modak's chances, but he doesn't have enough experience, and I'm glad he's not watching this right now. But it's probably going to be pretty tough for him to win this thing because when you look at the guys that are up here, Statham -3, Jacob Fair -3, Gibraltar even par, Stas even par, Olofsson even par, Tito Silverman +1, Chinuen +1. That group right there, like those are the best guys, okay, that have had years of putting experience, multiple tours, multiple tournaments. And so Apendra Modak, my buddy has this joke that I always laugh about. And he goes, it's a joke on the show Star Trek. And he goes, Captain Kirk, Spock, and Bones, the doctor, and Ensign Modak go down to a hostile planet to find out what's going on. Okay. Spock, Captain Kirk, and Bones are coming back. Ensign Modak is probably not coming back, right? And I hate to make that joke, but Apendra, I love him, but you figure he's probably not going to do it. Okay, so then now you're looking at Statham, Fair, Gibraltar, Stas, Olofsson. It's probably going to be one of those five guys. I would bet if I could bet right now, I'd bet Jacob Fair takes it. Jacob Fair has been there a long time. He's been practicing. Rainy is rainy, but Jacob Fair has the practice. He's got hours and hours and hours of practice in on this blue course. So I figured Jacob Fair is probably going to get it done. Probably going to get it done. So okay, there we have it. So let's look at some of these other scores that are coming in. So here's the scores that are being showed for the first wave. So none of the leaders are out there right now. This is just the first wave of players that were farther down the leaderboard, right? You got plus, I'm just going to read scores off here. +3, +4, +7, +8, +6, +9, +12. High numbers. I'm seeing a lot of high numbers. Okay, so even amongst the best in the world, it's going to be a tall challenge, tall order for these players. Um, I talked to Robert Morris and Nathan Strand, and they both said that if you shoot even par on the blue course, it's just phenomenal. And I know that they both said the course is tougher than Scottsdale Red. I recently just won a big tournament on Scottsdale Red, shooting 38, shooting +2, and I putted the lights out. So I can only imagine how tough this blue course must be, and this is going to be challenging. So let's see what holes these guys are on here. So we have some people that have finished hole 15, 16, 17, 16. So we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting close to round two. This is getting exciting. Getting exciting. Let's give old John Weichel a call and see if Weichel's around. Maybe Weichel's watching right now.
Hello, what are we doing tonight?
Mr. Weichel.
I'm on pins and needles trying to figure out who's going to take home the victory here tonight.
So I just talked to Nathan Strand and Rob Morris, and they were both saying that this blue course is just an absolute doozy. If you look at some of the scores that are coming in right now from the first wave of players, everybody is just +4, +5, +6, +7, +8, and there's some good putters in that group. So it looks like the boys are going to have a tough time out there.
You're right. And this is when the pressure heats up. And
Yeah,
this is the time a lot of people, you and I included, this is what we want, right? We
yeah,
want to be in the arena in the fight. And what's unique about this format is you have a partner with you. You both fight for the individual, but you got a team event here you're doing, and it's going to be that dynamic. I think that will really pull you through. So, who your partner is and how you stressful situations and how you can feed off each other's energy. I think that's going to be really, really huge, especially when it's going to be a challenge. What we're seeing here is it's going to be 200 or even. It's above the field. You just keep your momentum, right? You hit those, you come in there with that 5 or 6 footer, you get it in the hole. Your teammate gives you 5-5, a fist bump, you keep that momentum going, and you just keep fighting. So I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the energy. I'm at home. I'm not there. I wish I was there, but I'm feeling for the boys, and I want to see who does it. What team and what individual is going to rise up here. So
yeah. I was going to ask you, like, God, how tough is it not to be there? I mean, oh,
you know what? I didn't put in the sacrifice and the commitment like they did. So I'm not in the arena. So,
yeah.
but as dogs that we are, this is what we want, right? This is what we want. And I know both of us are kind of reeling a little bit about it, but and
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to crowning a champion and see who it's going to be.
Me too. You brought up an interesting point that I'm glad you did because I had forgotten about this. Rob had mentioned this, and I mentioned this earlier in the YouTube live broadcast. So you have a couple teams where one guy's out of it. Okay. So out of the singles. So Pete Lyon is at +3, I think, and then Rob Morris is at +4. So what Rob was saying is like, yeah, like if you have one player in your team that's out of the singles, then they can be a little bit more aggressive with some of these ace lines. And I thought that that was kind of interesting that will a team win the team that has one guy that's out of the singles? Like Gibraltar and Statham, they're both still in the singles. So when it comes time to one of these holes where there's an ace line that is a super challenging line that you normally wouldn't take, but you're trying to win, and then that ace line, does that player that's at +3, +4, +5, do they sort of sacrifice their single score to try to make an ace for the team? Thought that was kind of an interesting kind of little side note to this situation here.
That's full and it's a great dynamic.
Yeah,
And I agree totally with you. It could very well come down to that, and that's where the wisdom, the experience that you have. You mentioned Gibraltar and Rainey. I mean,
yeah,
years of competitive experience at very high level with both winning multiple times. Uh, they both know what's at stake. And
yeah,
it's kind of you have to speak about it. You kind of know the situation. Situational awareness here, and they're both green lights. They go for it, right? So, and you have to. Sometimes you have to go for it to win. You need that. With that being said, sometimes if you're that partner where you're maybe sitting at fourth, fifth, sixth individual, and you start looking up there, can you be humble enough to kind of get out of the light a little bit and support your teammate, knowing that you may press on and not get in that top three, but if you know, kind of come up clutch and make sure you get the card for the team and maybe free up the person that's got a chance to win the individual, take a little bit of that pressure off. Um, that could really, really, really help out there too. So, no, that's a great dynamic. That's a great point you bring up, Brock. We'll see how it plays out. And I think that's with the team chemistry you have and the experience that you have. If you've been there before, you might be aware of that. If you're kind of up and coming here and you're in that situation, you may not, you hate to say it, but you might be over aggressive, right? The two of them kind of go forward and they kind of beat each other out of it instead of.
yeah. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get before I let you go here. Let me get a prediction from you. Let's just talk about the singles right now. Who's gonna take this thing home? Is Rainey gonna be able to hold him off? Jacob Fair is there. I mean, all the top guys are there. Olafson, Stas. Give me a prediction, Michael. Who do you think is going to take this one home?
Well, I mean, I love Randy. I'd love to
Yeah.
see Randy do it. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
But and Gibraltar is right there too. So, well, I'm going to have to say it. It's going to be Sauce. Sauce to me is clutch as they come.
Yeah.
And on a course like this, when you need to make those comebackers, those 6-7 foot kind of grinder putts, he just rises up. Seen it on the putting tour. We've seen it on stroke. We've seen it in the putting world. He loves the moment. This is what he loves. Not that the other players don't, but
Yeah.
between the two of them, we'll see who gets it done. But love to see Randy do it. But humbly, Jake's a dog, and there's meat on that bone, and he's gonna go get it.
Okay, so you like Jake Stats. I mean, hey, Jake could very well do it. The scores that are coming in on this blue course, I don't know if you heard me already, but man, like some of these scores, and these are good putters, +5, +8, +9, +10, +12, so they're racking up huge numbers right now, the first wave. So Jacob being, I think he's 3 back, that's one ace, and then the other guy bogeys or doubles. You're right there. So yeah, Jake is not out of this. Jake is not out of this. My prediction's Jacob Fair. The guy's a really good putter, and then he's had the most practice out there. So my money would be on Jacob Fair, but any of those top guys have a shot, and it's going to be fun, man. So hope you stick around with the rest of the YouTube live broadcast here. I'm going to be taking us into the final parts of the tournament, and hopefully after the tournament we can get some phone calls from some of the players to tell us a little bit about their rounds and stuff. So hopefully you continue watching, John, and thanks for calling in. And this time I called you, but thanks for being on here with us, man. I appreciate it.
Love it. How was there a way to spend your night? We're talking about live event, big Boston one.
It's been a while. It's been a while. Yeah, I think the last one that was this big was the MSOP High Roller, the High Roller event that they did. Well, the main event too was pretty big. I think first place was 75 grand in one of those. So, but yeah, we haven't seen the PopStroke tournaments. The purse hasn't been this big because they're only paying the top 3. So, and then the buy-in was pretty pricey. So yeah, this is one of the biggest tournaments of all time. Man, wish I would have went at this point, but it's water under the bridge now, and we'll sit here and watch from our couches and root these guys on. They're all they're all good guys. Yeah,
Play coming up this year. Well, the future's bright.
yeah, yeah. And then we got, I don't know if you've heard about this tournament, but the U.S. Open of putting is going to be at Tin Cup, my home track, Cumming, Georgia, May 16th and 17th. So maybe you get a wild hair and come out there. Buy-in's only like $185. So and there's a lot of cheap, decent hotels right there in Cumming, Georgia too. So maybe think about that one, John. But hey, good talking with you, and we'll enjoy this final round.
That's what the early figure for that one is.
I got a lot of practice on that coming Georgia course. I got a lot of practice on that course. All right, dude. So, talk to you later. So that once again is John Weichel. Just has one of the greatest personalities in competitive putting, one of the nicest guys in competitive putting. He's going to be part of a new show that I'm going to be doing. I'll give you a little sneak peek before this last round gets started here. It's called Bar Putt. So I don't know if you've seen the Michelob Ultra uh, video that I did for this Michelob Ultra tournament, but the first part of the tournament, they brought this mat out that was at like a bar, and there was like a head-to-head competition or just against the mat, and it spawned this idea. And I'm going to be creating a new TV show called Bar Putt, and we're going to have 12 to 16 players doing a match play format, and it's on this 4 foot by 12 foot putting mat that kind of has like almost like a beer pong kind of hole setup with like a triangular shaped hole thing, and you have 6 putts and you try to make them, and it's going to be very exciting. I'm filming that late March, early April in the Phoenix area, and I'm in talks right now with a streaming network called Golf Nation, and we're trying to get it on there. So we got some exciting stuff planned with John Weichel, and you'll see him more in the future. So let's get back to the tournament action here. Just got a shout out from Jody Kimball. Good to see you, Jody. Uh, those of you who don't know Jody Kimball, this guy might be one of the best competitive putters in the world. He does very well on the Putt Tour. He's their best putter, and he's also the best putter on the Show Me Putters League, which mainly is out of Missouri. So Jody Kimball, shout out to you. Hope to see you at the U.S. Open of Putting, at the ESPN show that I'm doing on June 28th. Hope to see you jump in some of these big tournaments because, my man, always got a shot. Jody Kimball's always got a shot. So thanks for shouting out, Jody. Let's get back to the action here. We should be pretty close to a start here. So let's go to the Golf Genius leaderboard. Once again, you can go to puttingchannel.com. In the banner there's a button. You can get to the same leaderboard that I'm at here. And let's see if the boys have started yet. They have not started, but it looks like almost everybody has finished that's in wave 1, round 2. So now we're going to wave 2, round 2. And these are all the top guys. They're all there. Let's just do a quick little recap here. In the singles division, Rainey Statham is in the lead right now at -3. Jacob Fair, who once again probably has the most practice of anybody out there. He's my pick to win this thing, even though I love Rainey. Jacob Fair is, in my opinion, going to take this thing home. Jacob Fair at -2. Upendra Modak at -1. The Cinderella story, Upendra Modak. Jeff Gibraltar at even par. Jacob Stass at even par. Hans Olafsson at even par. Those guys are 3 back. And from what we've seen so far with some of these scores, 3 back on this course is nothing. It's nothing. The guys in that first wave were making 4s and 5s on a lot of the holes. So those guys are right there. We had a guy that was in the first flight. Oh, no. Daniel Obremski at +1 has just moved up some spots. He's through 1 here. Looks like they've gotten started. So we got some guys that have already finished hole 1. Tito Silverman at +1. Chi Nguyen at +1. Michael Adamson at +1. Bobby Ray +1. Cole Isbell +1. Nick Dunlap +1. Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour Pro. Robert Deloche +2. Frank Bassesi +2. Charlie Grace +2. Billy Kreitzik +2. Nate Nichols, PPA champion, +2. So I'm going to stop there with the singles. That takes us to the top 18 players. So the winner's going to come from that group. +2 is 5 back. You'd have to really go lights out to win this thing, but it can happen. Let's take a look at the team leaderboard. You got a 2-way tie for the team lead. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair at -3. Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham at -3. Tied for third, you got Rob Morris and Upendra Modak. Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson. Hans Olafsson, Nate Nichols, all at -2. Tied for third. That's 1 back. That's nothing on this blue course. Tied for 6, you got Christian Cavalier, Nick Macario, Jacob Stass, Chris Johnson, Peter Kinnaid, Peter Bradbeer at -1. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell at -1. Once again, Dax Isbell is the kid that I told you about that won at Tin Cup about a year and a half, 2 years ago. Kid can putt. They're in it. They got a chance. Robert Deloche, Nick Hash at even par. David Pastor, Sean Powers at even par. Tito Silverman and Chi Nguyen at even par. They're right there. Christian Fitling and Michael Adamson at even par. Scott Schleffer and Jeff Keswin at even par. Charlie Grace and Brian McCardle at even par. Bobby Ray and Cassandra Marie at even par. Billy Kreitzik and Ned Grace at even par. Gabby, the golf girl. I don't know if you follow her on Instagram. She's really, really cool. Does some really cool trick shots and all kinds of stuff. Very popular golf influencer. They're right there, 3 back at even par. Gabby Golf Girl and Matt Atkins. So that takes us to the top 20 teams. So they're underway. They're underway. We got a team that's finished. I see one group's through hole one, so they're starting right now. So this is going to be real interesting. And let's see who can get this done. Craig from PopStroke, the guy that runs the tournament, just said thanks to everything I'm doing. Thank you, Craig. I don't know if you guys know Craig. He's a British. He's from Britain, England. Really good kid. Used to work with Guillaume on the PopStroke Tour Series, and he just gave me a little shout out. Really, really good kid. So yeah, they're getting started right now, and we should have some updates. Should have some updates here. I'm gonna send Craig a little shout out here. I'm gonna send him my YouTube live link. So the leaders are just about underway. Let's go to the leaderboard here. And thank you to all you that are still watching. Really appreciate this. As I've told you, this is my first YouTube live broadcast that I've ever done. And yeah, I'm having fun with it, man. It's really cool. It's cool to get some people call in. Anybody who's watching right now, if you want to be on air and talk a little bit about putting, or if you have some insight that we haven't covered, give me a call, 619-933-4020. Once again, 619-933-4020. You got some insights that you think are important, you want to get on the air, give us a call. We'll get you on. Also, if you are watching right now and you have not subscribed to our channel, help us out a little bit. So hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Or also, if you want to leave a comment, leave a comment. If you have a question for me, I've had some questions come into the comments. Leave a question in the comment. We'll get it answered. Or if you have any other things that you want to shout out, just let me know. So we are officially underway. Here we go, baby. Looks like a lot of the groups are through round one already, or excuse me, through hole one. Almost all of the top groups have put a score out. So we got almost everybody has registered a score for hole one. So the tournament is underway. Rainey Statham on his second round has made two pars in a row. So hole one, hole two pars in a row for Rainey. Jacob Fair has also made a couple pars to start off. So good start for the leaders. Pendra Modak does not have anything registered yet. So because Pendra does not have anything registered yet, he's with Rob Morris, and maybe they're having a tough hole. So let's hope not. Let's hope not. Jacob Stass, they have him starting on hole 16. I guess they went in reverse. That does make sense, I guess, in that you have the leader starting off on hole one. Maybe you put the other guys on 17, so they end on one. Maybe I'm not sure, but Jacob Stass has started off on hole 16 with a par. Jeff Gibraltar, an unfortunate first hole. Jeff Gibraltar has made a bogey on hole one, so he's dropped down one. As we saw with some of the scores from these other players in wave one, big numbers are out there, and you can be rest assured that there's going to be some guys at the top that have a rough go on this blue course. This blue course is nasty. Rob Morris told me that it's maybe the toughest PopStroke course he's ever played. So tough. Let's check out the team leaderboard, see if anything's changed there. So nothing's really changed. Still got Pete Line and Jacob Fair in the lead at -3. Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham at -3. Rob Morris and Upendra Modak at -2. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols at -2. Dax Isbell, the kid that I told you that won out Tin Cup, he's made a bogey on hole 17 in the singles, so he's fallen back a little bit. But they have stayed where they are at -1 in the team. Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson started on 16. They've both made pars on 16 and 17. So a stretch of some pars for those guys. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols. Unfortunately, Nate Nichols has made a bogey on hole 1, but Hans made a par. Hans made a bogey on 18, and Nichols made a par. So they've both had one bogey, but they've kept their spot in the team because the other guy made a par. So they're still at -2 in the team. So here we go. Here we go. Who's going to be the first to really blow up? That's going to be the question here. And another thing that was brought up earlier that I thought was kind of interesting, Weichel kind of made mention of this. When your teammate blows up, makes a big number, does that affect you? I know sometimes that can affect me if I'm playing with someone who's, for lack of a better term, shit in the bed. It does seem to kind of rub off on you a little bit. It can. You don't want it to. You try not to let it do that. But if your teammate is moping around, he's got his head down, he's sad, that can sometimes affect your play. So we'll see if anything like that occurs. Let's go back to the singles division. Rainey Statham still in the lead at -3. Jacob Fair -2. Upendra Modak -1. Jake Stass still at even par. A little bit of a move by a guy by the name of Bobby Ray. Bobby Ray has made a birdie on hole 13, bogey on 14, but he's even par. But he's moved up into a tie for fifth. Bobby Ray at +1. Jeff Gibraltar, Chi Nguyen still at +1. Hans Olafson still at +1. Hans Olafson has a bogey and a birdie on his final round here. So one thing that comes to mind when it comes to these players playing this final round is, you know, how tight do you get? This is one of the biggest tournaments ever, and I lean towards what I was saying earlier. The guys that have been there the most times usually are a little less tight in these types of situations. I know Rainey has had some tough go in final groups lately, in the last couple of years. He had a disappointing final round at the World Putting Tour final. He was in the final group and didn't, play his best. He's won a ton of tournaments, and sometimes the final round just doesn't work out for you. But you almost think that because of that, Rainey might be due. Rainey might be due for a really solid final round and take this thing home. And as I say that, Rainey Statham just bogeyed a hole. Rainey Statham has fallen to -2. Rainey Statham has bogeyed hole 3. So you got Jacob Fair. He parred hole 3. So now Jacob Fair is tied with Rainey Statham at -2 for the singles lead. Let's see if that affected the team leaderboard. And unfortunately, Jeff Gibraltar has bogeyed 2 of his first 3 holes. So both players, Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham, bogey hole 3. So they have fallen back now. So now Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair are the solo leaders at -3. Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham have fallen back. Oh, big news. Jacob Stats and Chris Johnson. What do you know? Jacob Stats has hit a hole-in-one on hole 18. Jacob Stats and Chris Johnson have now moved up to -2. They are just one back. The Dream Team, 2022 PopStroke Team Champions, Jacob Stats and Chris Johnson are on the move. Let's go back to the singles division and let's see what Jacob did, what that did for Jacob. Jacob now that Rainey had made a bogey, Mr. John Weichel made the prediction. Jacob Stats, he's back. Jacob Stats is just one back. Jacob Stats singles -1. Jacob Fair, Rainey Statham -2. So Jacob Stats, John is right, man. I mean, this guy, he's got ice water in his veins when it comes to these big tournaments. And it would be no shocker to me if Jacob Stats took this thing home. He's now just one back. Rainey Statham has made a bogey. He fell back to -2. Upendra Modak at -1. But I'm showing a bogey on hole 1 that hasn't gone through yet. It hasn't okay, so now here we go. Upendra Modak unfortunately has bogeyed hole 1. Upendra Modak is now at even par. And as I mentioned before, Upendra Modak is in an absolute shark tank right now. You know, he's a great guy, but maybe he doesn't have the experience to be able to hold up under the pressure. But you know, hopefully he proves me wrong. And Upendra, if you ever watch this, I love you, buddy. I'm sorry for harping on this subject, but you know, I'm commentating here. I gotta say it how I see it, and it's going to be tough for Opendra to play well in this round, but hopefully he proves me wrong. Hans Olafsson has dropped back to +1 on his round. Jeff Gibraltar on the tournament, excuse me. Jeff Gibraltar is +2 on the tournament. Nick Dunlap has dropped a stroke. Nick Dunlap, the PGA Pro, bogeyed 18, his first hole. So Nick Dunlap is now at +2. Frank Bessesi. Frank Bessesi has 1 bogey, 3 pars. He's at +3. Robert Deloche, hanging tough, +3 on overall in the tournament. Nick DeGennaro. Nick DeGennaro has birdied hole 9. Nick DeGennaro, even par on his round right now, +3 on the tournament, moving his way up the leaderboard a little bit. Tito Silverman. Unfortunately, Tito's having a rough go out there right now. Tito bogeyed 11, which is his first hole. He then doubled 12. So tough start for Tito Silverman. He's at +4. With that kind of a start, unfortunately, Tito probably shot his way out of the tournament right there. Jacob Fair still in the lead, -2. Let's check out the team leaderboard here. Still nothing's changed. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair at -3, leading the team. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainey Statham at -2. Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson at -2. Hans Olafsson, Nate Nichols -2. And they've just stayed steady, even par on their team round. Hans and Nate both have 1 bogey. So this is getting juicy, folks. This is getting real interesting here. Robert Morris and Upendra Modak now -1 on the team, just 2 back. So how tough is this blue course? The guys right now, most of them are around even par. So we haven't seen anybody really make any monster numbers yet. We have some movement here. Jacob Fair, unfortunately for him, has bogeyed hole 4. Jacob Fair has now fallen to -1 in the singles division. Rainy Stadium at -2. Jacob Fair at -1. Jacob Stats at -1. Upendra Modak only 2 back at even par. Come on, Upendra. Hang tough, buddy. Chi Nguyen has moved up a couple spots just by making pars. Chi Nguyen on his second round has 5 straight pars. So pars get it done on the blue course. Nathan Strand made a prediction. He said both in the singles and the team, he figured that even par 1 under would win it. So, and he's played that course quite a few times. So we'll see what happens. So once again, Jacob Fair has bogeyed hole number 4. Both the leaders in the singles, Rainy Statham and Jacob Fair, are +1 on their second round. So a little bit of a shaky start, but it's all relative. +1 on this blue course through 4 holes probably isn't too bad because it's a freaking tough course, right? Man, you could probably cut the tension with the freaking ice pick down there. I bet these guys right now, if you could see their faces, there's probably not a smile anywhere. Everybody's just locked in right now, just pure focus, trying not to do anything stupid here. So now, what happened here? Okay, so in the team division, ouch. Okay, so we mentioned earlier that Jacob Fair had bogeyed hole 4. Well, unfortunately, Pete Lyon made a double on hole 4. So they drop a stroke in the team. Pete Lyon, his first 4 scores, 2, 2, 3, 4. 3 over on his round right now is Pete Lyon. So Pete Lyon's having a rough time out there. Pete Lyon's going to have to dig deep. Jacob Fair's kind of carrying the squad, and Pete Lyon's got to dig deep here. So right now, we have a 5-way tie for first place. 5-way tie. Once again, I don't know if you saw or if I've mentioned this. I don't think I've mentioned this yet. If there is a tie, they are going to play the tiebreaker on the what is it called? It's like the sample hole, the test hole. Maybe someone in the comments can leave the proper term for it. I can't remember it right now. Practice hole. There's like a side hole that they always put. It's like a circusy hole, and it usually has all kinds of crazy breaks and hills, and it's like a really tough putt. That's going to be where they do the playoffs on. That's what they're the hole they're going to use for the playoffs. So um, this is going to be interesting, and we might see a big time tie. Christian Cavalier and Nick Macario are tied for the lead. Nick Macario, birdie ace hole in 1 on 18. Nick Macario's even par on his round, and so is Christian Cavalier. So those guys are local guys. They didn't get a lot of practice in on this course, but guys making aces. Aces just shoot you right to the top of the leaderboard. You make an ace, your teammate makes an ace, one more ace, and you could be 3, 4 back. Bam, you're leading the tournament. So aces are a premium right now. We got a 5-way tie between Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair, Jeff Gibraltar, Rainy Statham, Christian Cavalier, Nick Macario, Peter Kinnaid, and Peter Bradbeer, and Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols, all tied at 2 under. 1 back, Frank Besessi, Seve Kakelkia, Jacob Stass, Chris Johnson. Let's see what happened with them. Both Jacob and Chris bogey hole 1. So Jacob birdies hole 18. Now Jacob and Chris both bogey hole 1. They drop back to -1. They're 1 back. Robert Morris, Upendra Modak had a really tough first hole. Robert Morris made a 4 on hole 1. Upendra Modak made a 3. So that hole one, I've heard that hole one on the blue course is a freaking nightmare. So that one's a really tough hole, and the guys are struggling with hole one. Robert Morrison and Pendra Modak still, though, on the team are just one back. Most of the teams now are through 4 or 5 holes. Frank Possessi and Seve Kekelke are through 6 holes. Dax Isbell and Cole Isbell, the young guns, the local young guns from Georgia, -1 through 4 holes. Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson. Nick Dunlap, the PGA Tour pro. Corey Johnson, probably a pro golfer as well. Both of them are still hanging in there. They're at -1. They're just one back. Braden Obremski and Daniel Obremski. Never heard of them. They've made a charge. They're at even par. They're just 2 back. Daniel Obremski has 2 aces in his round. He also has 3 bogeys and 2 pars. But they're kind of ham and egging it. They've moved up 10 spots. Braden Obremski and Daniel Obremski are moving up that leaderboard. They're at even par. Tito Silverman and Chi Nguyen, through all the hijinks, they're still at even par. They're just 2 back. So this thing is bunched up. Right now, you have 17 teams within 2 strokes of the lead. 17 teams within 2 strokes of the lead. You just don't see that. And it just shows you how tough this course is. It's so dang tough that no one can make a birdie. Everybody's just making pars and bogeys. And so we're just bunched up here. No one's running away with this. That was the team. Let's get back to the singles division. Rainy Statham still at the top of the singles division, -2 on the tournament. Jacob Fair at -1. Jacob Stass tied with Upendra Modak at even par. So Jacob, with that bogey on hole one, has dropped a stroke, but he bounced back with a nice par on hole two. The leaders are all through 5 holes. We're 1/3 of the way through this crazy round. There. Man, I know I've said that like 100 times already, but when I look at this leaderboard, I'm like, oh man, it's so nice to see my name up there. But it's also nice being here with you guys, commentating with you guys, sitting here and having fun. And we're gonna have some fun here down the stretch. Hopefully, we can get some phone calls after the tournament from some of the players, get some insight as to what it was like being down there and so forth. So Rainy State is still in the lead. Can Rainy hold on? Jacob was making a charge, and then Jacob hiccups a little bit and bogeys hole one. This blue course is just, crazy tough. Hans Olofsson. Hans Olofsson having a pretty good round right now in his second round. He's had a bogey his first hole on hole 18, but he's had 5 straight pars. Pars on a lot of these holes are probably like birdies. Let's go back to the team division and see if anything has changed. Still got 5 teams tied for first place, all at 2 under. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair, Jeff Gibraltar, Rainy Statham, Christian Cavalier, Nick Macario, the local boys. Peter Kinnaid, Peter Bradbeer, never heard of them. They're leading the biggest tournament in a long time. They've moved up 5 spots. Take a look at their scoring. And Peter Kanade, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's Knade. It might be Peter Nade, silent K maybe. Birdie on hole one. So that tough hole one that was getting a lot of the top pros, he birdied it. So Peter Kinnaid and Peter Bradbeer are right there at -2. The Legends team, Hans Olsen, Nate Nichols, still there at -2. Tito Silverman and Chi Nguyen are 1 back. And big shocker, Chi Nguyen has birdied hole 18. Despite Tito Silverman's, average play, Tito Silverman parred 16 when she bogeyed 16. So Tito Silverman came through for his group, and then Chi Nguyen birdies hole 18. They're through 8 holes right now. So they're jamming. They're through 8 holes, and the more holes you get through, you're kind of gaining on the field. So if you're through 8 holes and the rest of the field's through 5 holes and you're at the same score, you're actually kind of like ahead of the game, it seems like, because it seems like bogey is more likely to be made than birdie, than an ace on these holes. It's easier to make a bogey than it is an ace. So if you're making pars, you're actually gaining on the field. Nathan Strand might be right. We might see even par 1 under win this thing. Speaking of Nathan Strand and Nick DeGennaro, they're in the hunt. They're just 2 back. Let's take a look at their round. And Nick DeGennaro birdied hole 9. Nathan Strand has played solid. Nathan Strand is just +1 on his round, and he came through when Nick DeGennaro had 2 bogeys. Nathan Strand made 2 pars to save his team. So Nick DeGennaro and Nathan Strand are only 2 back at even par. I thought at one point they were out of it, but this blue course, it just plays so dang tough. You can get back in it with an ace. Jacob Stass has bogeyed hole number 3, but Chris Johnson parred it. So their team score does not change, but that does make Jacob fall back a little bit in the singles division. Let's go back to the singles. And yes, Jacob Stats has fallen back to +1. Right now, Rainy Statham, -2. He's through 6 holes right now. He's +1 on his second round. Jacob Fair hanging on as hard as he can, just grinding at -1. Upendra Modak still there. The Cinderella story. Upendra Modak. No one thought that this guy could do what he's doing right now, and he's doing it against the best putters on the planet. Most of the best putters on the planet. There's some guys that aren't there that are really good. I know every single one of those guys. Like some names that come to mind: Hester, Newport, Kimball, that kid Justin Thomas from the Show Me Putters. Those guys, they'd probably be near the top of the leaderboard too. But you know, hindsight's always 2020. It's always easy to say, "Oh, I would have been there. I would have been there. I would have been doing good." I've played in these PopStroke tournaments, man. I mean, they are freaking tough. I think my best finish at a PopStroke Tour Series event was 4th, and I putted the best putting I've ever putted in my life. So, um, these are the best guys, most of the best guys. So it's tough. It's tough. So now in the singles division, Rainy Statham still in the lead at -2. Jacob Fair at -1. Chi Nguyen moving up the leaderboard at +1. He's now tied for 3rd with Jacob Stas and Upendra Modak. Upendra Modak just bogeyed hole 4. So hopefully I didn't jinx him. Hole 4 seems to be one that's getting a lot of the players. It must be a really tough hole because Pete Lyon, I think, doubled that hole. So yeah, we got a comment from Francis Levine Cruteau. Good luck to all the players. Thank you, Francis. Thank you for watching, buddy. Those of you who don't know Francis, he's one of Quebec's best putters. He's played in a lot of the National Putting Tour events. He won the 1-round Saturday night tournament that we did at the Daytona PopStroke. And watch out for Francis Levine Courteau in the future. He's one of Quebec's best putters and an all-around really nice, great guy. He's also donated some video footage to the National Putting Tour. A lot of the videos that we do, Francis Levine Courteau's dad and Francis gave us some of the video footage. So Francis Levine Courteau, he's the man. I'm a big fan of Francis Levine Courteau. Let's go back to the team leaderboard. Once again, if you're new and you just started watching this, if you want to look at these leaderboards, go to puttingchannel.com. Right in the banner there's a button that goes to the Golf Genius, and you can get the same leaderboards that I'm looking at right now. So nothing has really changed on the team leaderboard. We have a 5-way tie for first. Still all those same teams. Lion Fair, Gibraltar Stadium, Caballero Macario, Kinnaid Bradbeer, Olafson Nichols. They're all through 6 holes. Possessi Seve Kakelkia, just 1 back. And let's look at this. And what do you know? Seve Kakelkia birdied hole 13. That gets them up to 1 back. Oh, Tito Silverman, Chi Nguyen, just 1 back. I think I already said that. Chi Nguyen birdies hole 18. So we got a ton of teams that are just right there. Now we got 14 teams within 2 strokes of a lead. But right as I say that, we have an update. Ladies and gentlemen, Jacob Fair has made a hole-in-one on hole 7, lucky hole number 7. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair, -3 through 7 holes, leading the tournament. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainey Statham, -2. Woo! I'm getting nervous, man. Getting nervous for these boys. So I've said this a million times, but Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair, they've won 3 team events at PopStroke events on the National Putting Tour. So you want to talk about a team that's paid their dues. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair have paid their dues, and they've practiced the hell out of this course. They've gotten more work in than anybody down there, and practice pays off when it comes to these top guys. These top 10 teams, yeah, they're all about the same amount of skill level. They're all really, really freaking good. So it's whoever gets the most practice sometimes. But that may not play out. Gibraltar and Statham, they didn't get a ton of practice. They probably showed up 4 or 5 days ahead of time, and they're hanging. So yeah, let's go back to the singles division. We're coming down the stretch here. We're coming down the stretch. We got about 11 holes left. Oh man, these guys are grinding hard. These guys are grinding hard. Jacob Fair, that birdie put him into the lead. Jacob Fair is at -2. Rainey Statham is at -2. Chi Nguyen is in 3rd place at +1. So Jacob Fair and Rainey Statham starting to kind of pull away from the field maybe a little bit here. They have a 3-stroke lead on their competitors, closest competitors. So when it comes to the singles division, you gotta figure it's gonna be either Jacob or Rainey with a 3-stroke lead. With how good these guys are, probably pretty unlikely that Jacob or Rainey have some big, huge number, 4, 5, 6 or something. That's probably really unlikely. So your singles division winner is probably gonna be either Jacob Fair or Rainey, or they get into a tie and they go into a playoff. Let's go back to the team division, see what's going on with that. Probably not much. Once again, a lot of pars out there. A lot of guys making pars. So, um, you know, right as I say that, guess what? The legends, Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols, -3 in the team. It's none other than Hans Olafson, hole 7. A lot of guys are ace in hole 7. That must be an easy hole. Hans Olafson's even par in his final round. He makes an ace on hole 7. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new leader tied with Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair. Hans Olafson, the legendary Swedish putter, and Nate Nichols are tied at -3. Man, this is getting crazy. This is getting crazy. They are now through 8 holes. So 10 holes left. I go back to this mindset right now of who's going to try to go after the ace and who's going to play conservative. If you're out of the team, like let's say you're Pete Lyon, or you're out of the singles, excuse me. Pete Lyon's out of the singles. He's +6, +7 in the singles. He might just be gas pedal down, just telling Jacob, you know what, I'm just gonna go after every single freaking ace line out here. I don't care where the ball ends up. I don't care about trying to play it soft and leave it by the hole. Sometimes these pop stroke holes, they have holes where you have a guaranteed 2-putt going a certain way, but you can't make it going that way. But it's guaranteed 2-putt, sits right next to the hole, but it just won't get to the hole. And then you have an ace line. That's a tough, tough putt. Is Pete Lyon going to start going after ace lines and basically fall on the sword for the team? Judging by his scoring, he's probably doing that already. He's got 2 bogeys and a double, so he's probably already putting pretty aggressively and just kind of telling Jacob, "Hey, look, my singles thing is out. I'm going to try to make aces. Hope I can get one." All he needs is one. He got the back 9, and all he needs is 1 ace to win big time money. I think the last time I saw it, let me look back at the payouts that they gave Nathan Strand. Nathan Strand sent me an image here of projected payouts. So let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. I wonder if you guys can see this here. No, it's still too bright. I'll read them off to you. Team champions, first place, 70 grand. Second place, 25 grand. Third place, 15 grand. That's the team. Individual champions, first place, 25 grand. Second place, 15 grand. Third place, 10 grand. $70,000 for the team. That's $35,000 a player. Wow. Big money. Big, big, big money. So let's go back to the leaderboards. I'm interested to see what's happening with that team leaderboard. We had 2 teams tied at -3 a second ago. And we have a third team. Uh-oh. Nick Dunlap. Guy's a PGA Tour pro. Plays on tour. Guess what? He's leading the PopStroke Invitational with his buddy Corey Johnson, who I'm sure is probably a pro golfer himself. And what do you know? Corey Johnson gets a hole-in-one on 7. Dunlap gets a hole-in-one on 8. Just like that, they move up. And Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour Pro, and Corey Johnson are in the lead, going after this money, going after this $70,000. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols at -3, Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair at -3. Those guys are all through 9 holes now, so we've hit the back 9, the final 9 holes. Woo! I'm starting to get butterflies, man. This is exciting. Oh, and Tito Silverman, Chinu Wen, birdies, aces, hole 2, while Tito bogeys. So Chinu Wen, in my opinion, him and Alexander Molina and Alexi Smalley from the World Putting Tour, Alexander Molina from Sweden, the 3 best putters under 25 years old on the planet. Chinu Wen, he just won the National Putting Tour's Daytona PopStroke Tournament. He won the 2023 PopStroke Championship team with Adam Shanks. Chinu Wen carrying his team. This kid is unbelievable. Unbelievable. He's got his team 1 back. And keep in mind, Tito Silverman. Don't go to sleep on Tito. All Tito has to do is just make 1 birdie on the back 9, 1 or 2 birdies on the back 9, and just take his team right to the top of the leaderboard. And Tito's due. Tito's due, man. Tito's due. So we got 3 tied in the team. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair at -3. Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson -3. Hans Olafson and Nate Nichols -3. Second place right now, we got a tie. Tito Silverman and Chinu Wen at -2. Jeff Gibraltar and Rainey Statham still hanging tough. Christian Cavalier, Nick Macario, Peter Canad, and Peter Bradbeer all at -2. Just 2 back. Basessi Kakelkia, Nick DeGennaro, Nathan Strand. And let's see what's happened there. Nick DeGennaro, ace, hole 15. Nick DeGennaro and Nathan Strand, just 2 back. They are right there. Gabby Golf Girl and Matt Atkins. Gabby Golf Girl gets a 4 on hole 1, but ace is hole 2. Gabby Golf Girl, watch out. She's at -1. Jacob Stass and Chris Johnson, they're in a little bit of neutral right now. Jacob Stass has made 3 bogeys in his first 5 holes. Oh, he's just livid, I'm sure. Chris Johnson has carried the team a little bit. Chris Johnson bogeyed hole 1, but parred the rest of the holes. So Chris Johnson has, you know, done his part here to keep them in it. Jacob's a little bit on tilt right now, but that can change in an instant with Jacob. I've seen him make a couple bogeys, and then he makes 3 aces in a row. So here we go. Oh, this just in. The PGA Tour, the PGA Tour pro and his buddy have made 3 aces in a row alternately on the blue course, 7, 8, 9. Corey Johnson, aces 7. Dunlap, aces 8. Corey Johnson then comes back and aces hole 9. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an outright leader by themselves, Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson. I had predicted those guys would cave in this round because they didn't have enough practice. Looks like I'm looking like an idiot right now. You got to think the pressure of the PGA Tour. I mean, the pressure out there is way more than it is at this little rinky-dink putting tournament. They probably just think this is just a night out with the buddies, just messing around, playing for chump change. They're leading the tournament. So let's go to the singles leaderboard and get an update there because that Corey Johnson guy, man, Corey Johnson might be leading this thing. Where's he at? No, Corey Johnson, I guess, had a bunch of other bad holes. Oh, Corey Johnson's at +8 in the singles. So Dunlap was carrying him, but Johnson's got lit on fire here. So let's go to the top of the leaderboard in the singles division. We got Jacob Fair and Rainey Statham at -2. We got Hans Olafson. Ladies and gentlemen, Hans Olafson has birdied hole 7. Hansi. And he's parred 8 and 9. So Hans Olafson, probably Sweden's best putter. If you look at the last 20 years, undoubtedly Sweden's best putter. 2-time Swedish putter of the year and multiple accolades, like a dozen wins, huge wins, including Orlando PopStroke 2022 High Roller, which was the most lucrative PopStroke Tour Series event. Hans Olsen won that one, so Hans Olsen's playing with a lot of house money here, and he's at even par in third place by himself. Chi Nguyen and Nick Dunlap are at +1. This just in, Rainey Statham has dropped a stroke. Rainey Statham has bogeyed hole 10. Rainey Statham is at -1 in the singles. Jacob Fair is leading the singles at -2. Hans Olafson, even par. They're through 10 holes. Let's see how that bogey affected the team. And yes, the team of Gibraltar and Statham, they're still at -1. Oh wow, no, they dropped one. So Rainey bogeyed 10 and Gibraltar bogeyed 10. Brutal. Just brutal. Just brutal. So Gibraltar and Rainey, uh, they're leaking oil a little bit, but still a lot of holes left. But this team of Dunlap and Corey Johnson with ace on 7, Johnson, Dunlap, ace on 8, Johnson, ace on 9, 3 aces in a row alternately, and boom, right to the top of the leaderboard. So Nick Dunlap, PGA Tour pro, wants to jump into this competitive putting world, and he's doing it right now. He's doing it. They're through 10 holes. Some of the groups are through 11. So we got 8 holes left. Who's going to be the hero? Who can be a hero? Chi Nguyen and Tito Silverman both par hole 3. So let's go back to the singles division. Or actually, we were just there. Let's go to the team. Let's check out the team. And once again, I'll take a quick break. Those of you who are watching right now, it's probably the same people, but if it's not, hey, hit that subscribe button, leave us a comment. If you want to talk live right now and you want to chat a little bit about what's going on. We got a little time right now. My number is 619-933-4020. You're welcome to give us a call. Right now, in the team, Dunlap and Johnson still in the lead at -4. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair holding tough at -3. Pete Lyon bogeyed hole 10. Jacob Fair parred it. So Jacob Fair really carrying that team. At the same time, Pete Lyon making bogeys might be because he's going after aces. I would assume that's probably what's going on there. And that, once again, I know I've said this ad nauseum. If you got a guy that can go after both the hole in ones, gosh, all you need is one to go in. You got 9 holes, one goes in, and boom, you're leading the tournament. So now let's go to the singles division. Jacob Fair. Jacob Fair still leading at -2. Upendra Modak, unfortunately, has made 4 bogeys on his round. And yeah, it's just this is the guy's first big tournament, so cut him some slack. It just wasn't going to be his day, but he's still putting so freaking good. I'm so happy for Upendra. This is a guy that just started competitive putting 5 months ago, and at one point he was like one back off the lead. So, but he's kind of fallen a little bit. Some other notables here: Robert Morris. Unfortunately, he's 4 over on his round. Robert Morris having a little bit of a tough go here. Jacob Stass, unfortunately, is +3. He bogeyed another hole. You just don't see this out of Jacob too much. Jacob is 4 over on his round, but like I said, this blue course is super freaking hard. So maybe he's just trying to go after aces. Maybe he's pressing a little bit. Rainy Statham, steady as he goes. And right when I say that, unfortunately, Rainy Statham bogeys 11. It hasn't reflected on the leaderboard yet, but he's back to even par now. So Statham makes a bogey on 10, makes a bogey on 11. Let me refresh this singles leaderboard because it was showing on the hole by hole thing, but it didn't show on the overall. So yes, so Jacob Fair now has a 2-stroke lead. He's at -2. Rainy Statham is at even par. Hans Olafson at even par. Shinu N +1. Nick Dunlap +1. Upendra Modak, Jacob Stass, and Cole Isbell all at +3. So right now they're through 11 holes. You got 7 holes to play. Usually, the latter holes at PopStroke get a little bit tougher. Usually, from what I've seen. So, got some tough holes coming up. Got some tough holes coming up. But I predicted Jacob Fair would win the tournament, and I still hold by that. The guy's had so much practice on this course, like he's not going to lose. Just he's not going to lose. He's not going to lose, in my opinion. I think Jacob Fair right now is looking. It's over, but I'm glad I'm not there next to him saying that. He'd say I'm jinxing him. I don't want to jinx him. I don't believe in jinxes, by the way, but you never really want to say that. It's like a pitcher throwing a no hitter. No one goes and talks to him. If I was around Jacob right now, I wouldn't even look at him. So I wouldn't want him to think that I messed up his round. But Jacob Fair has practiced more than anybody there. So Jacob Fair with a 2-stroke lead with 7 to play, in my opinion, is a lock. I think Jacob Fair is going to be our champion. Let's see how it holds up. Let's go back to the team. Let's go back to the team. And we got still Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson at -4. We got Tito Silverman and Chinu Wen at -3. Ladies and gentlemen, Chinu Wen has hit another hole-in-one on hole 5. Chinu Wen bogeys hole 4, but Tito Silverman picks him up with a par. So Tito Silverman doing his part on that hole and allowing the greatness of Chinu Wen to come through. Chinu Wen and Tito Silverman are one back. What a team. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair, still at -3, one back. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols, still just sitting tight at -3. Nate Nichols having a little bit of a tough round here. Nate Nichols has made 3 bogeys in this round, and Hans has picked him up every time. Hans Olafson currently at even par, and even par right now through 11 holes is like shooting 4 under. Remember, they're not playing the actual par of the course. They're playing everything is a par 2, when really a lot of these holes will be par 3s. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. So Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson, -4. Now Tito Silverman, Chinu Wen are through 13 holes. So they're gonna get done quicker. And that's kind of interesting. You get into the clubhouse with that lead, the other guys have to play a few more holes. And that could prove to be, bad for the guys that still have holes to play, right? Once again, it's easier to make a bogey than it is an ace. So pars, it's almost like it's sort of like 1.75 or something. Let's look at their round. Once again, Chinu Wen is even par. So Nathan Strand said even par on this blue course would be phenomenal. And I don't think there's anybody under par on this round. Let's go back to the singles and look at that. Not a single player under par. Nick Macaria at +1. Jacob Fair, Hans Olafson, Chinu Wen, Nick Dunlap, and Seve Kakelkia all at even par through their rounds on the blue course. So yeah, even par is an incredibly tough score to shoot for this round, for the second round on the blue course. So right now, Jacob Fair still in the lead, -2. Rainy Statham even par, Hans Olafson even par. Once again, you gotta think this is Jacob Fair's tournament. The guy is such a good putter. I mean, he's such a freaking good putter. Jacob Stass, is able to right the ship a little bit. Jacob Stass pars 7, 8, and 9. So Jacob Stass has righted the ship. Let's go back to the team leaderboard. Dunlap Johnson still in the lead. They're now through 12 holes. Both Pete Line and Jacob Fair have parred 11 and 12. So 4 pars for those guys. We are getting down to the final holes here. The final holes. With the amount of holes that are left and how difficult this course is, you gotta figure that if you're at -1, you're not gonna win. Dunlap and Johnson are at -4. 6 holes to play. Pretty tough to birdie 3 out of 6 holes. So right now, you got Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson at -4, Tito Silverman, Chinu Wen at -3, Pete Line, Jacob Fair at -3, Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols -3, and Christian Cavalier and Nick Macario at -2. It's gonna be one of those 5 teams. It's gonna be one of those 5 teams take it. Seems like Dunlap and Johnson are gonna take it. Corey Johnson bogeyed hole 10, Dunlap parted. So Dunlap is carrying Corey Johnson to a certain extent, but Corey Johnson had a couple big aces. But Nick Dunlap, I mean, the guy's on the PGA Tour. He's an exceptional putter, obviously. Um, Maybe this starts a new trend of some of these PGA Tour guys coming out here after they see Dunlap picking up this money. You got to figure out where Dunlap's going to cash. Probably going to be in the top three. Be really cool to see some of these PGA Tour guys come out. As I told you, I talked to Guillaume from the MSOP years ago, and they couldn't really get any PGA Tour guys out. They had some Corn Ferry guys come out. I think at the time it was the Nationwide Tour, the Nike Tour, or whatever. They had some of those guys come out, but very few. There wasn't anybody on the PGA Tour other than Brad Faxon ran a tournament. So maybe Nick Dunlap in the lead. Maybe this inspires some of these guys to come out. I also, my buddy Alex Stickroth down in Phoenix, some of you might know him from the MSOP. He was saying that this TRL thing might help competitive putting because it's indoors and it's synthetic. Some of it, it's synthetic. It's a synthetic things, and maybe that inspires some of these guys to do some of this side gig stuff for fun, or just if it's on TV or whatever. Maybe Tiger jumps into the competitive putting world as far as like TV production goes. God, wouldn't that be cool? Don't wait up on that one though. He already kind of had the opportunity with that when they had the PopStroke Tour Championship on the Golf Channel in 2022. Um, it cost them a ton of money, and I guess they had to pay for the airtime, and it really didn't bring back much. And I guess the ratings were pretty good on Bally Sports, but they weren't so hot on the Golf Channel, and they gave up on it, which is too bad. So still nothing has changed here. Everybody's just kind of stuck in neutral. Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson in the lead at -4. They're through 12 holes. Tito Silverman and Chi Nguyen are -3 through 14 holes. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair, -3 through 13 holes. And Hans Olsen and Nate Nichols through 12 holes. The only guy was, maybe in the top teams here, the only guy that I think would be better if there were more holes is Hans Olsen. Because if you give Hans an extra chance for an extra couple aces, he's got a really good chance of making one. So maybe for them, it's good to be not through as many holes. But most of these teams, the more holes you're through, probably the better off that you are. Let's go back to the singles division and see how things are going there. And no change. Jacob Fair, -2 through 13 holes. He's got 5 holes left. 5 holes left to make history. He's gotten more practice than anybody out there. I just can't see Jacob losing this thing. I feel like he's got this thing locked in. Unfortunately, Rainy Statham has had a little bit of a tough round here. He's at +3, but it's a tough course. It's a tough course. Jacob Fast still at +3 on this round. +3 on the tournament as well. Rainy Statham even par on the tournament. Hans Olafson even par on the tournament. So it's the who's who there at the top. Those are the top guys: Jacob Fair, Rainy Statham, Hans Olsen, Nick Dunlap, PGA Pro, Chi Nguyen, Jacob Stats. Those are all the top guys. Nick DeGennaro with an exceptional round right now going. He's only at +1. Nick DeGennaro has 2 aces and 3 bogeys. He's putting the lights out. So way to go, Nick. Probably not going to get into the top 3, but getting some bragging rights here. So nothing has changed here. Jacob Fair -2. Rainy Statham even par. Hans Olafson even par. Go back to the team leaderboard. Getting down to the wire here. Thank you for the viewers that have stayed with me here. Really appreciate it. Comment, subscribe, like, ring the bell. Give me a call, 619-933-4020 if you want to get on the air. and they're log jammed. You know, these 5 teams here, Nick Dunlap. Oh, this just in. Nick Dunlap, Corey Johnson, had a little bit of a rough go on hole 12. They both bogeyed hole 12. So now we got a 5-way tie for first, and who sits in the top spot right now on the list? Tito Silverman, Chi Nguyen. From 9 spots back, now in the lead. Heat line, Jacob Fair right there at -3 as well. Dunlap, Johnson, -3. Olofsson, Nichols, -3. Christian Cavalier and Nick Macario are in the lead at -3. Nick DeGennaro, Nathan Strand, tied for 6. Really fighting hard to get up into those top spots. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainy Statham at -1 in 6th place. They're out of the cash. There's no way they're going to be able to cash. Now, Silverman, Nguyen are through 15 holes. They only have 3 holes to play, and they have 8, 9, and 10 to play. And 8, 9, and 10, Dunlap and Johnson birdied, or they got hole-in-ones on 8 and 9. So 8 and 9, probably not the most difficult holes in the world. So if you're looking at like what's left right now, Tito Silverman, Chi Nguyen are in an exceptional spot. They're in a great spot right now with 3 to play. They got 3 to play, and they got 3 easy holes or 3 average holes. From what we've seen from the other scores, it doesn't seem like 8, 9, and 10 are super tough holes. Not like hole 4. A lot of the guys are blowing up on hole 4. So huge, huge, huge stuff there. Let's go back to the singles division. Probably nothing has changed. Jacob Fair still at -2, but it's been through 13. It says through 13. That's been there for a while. So maybe someone's having a blow up hole on 14. Okay, so it just passed. Now they're through 14. So Jacob Fair is through 14. Fair has 4 holes to play with a 2-stroke lead. Folks, it's over. There's no freaking way Jacob Fair is going to lose this tournament with 2-stroke lead with 4 to play. It's not happening. I made a comment in one of my videos. I don't think I've ever seen. I said this earlier too. I don't think I've ever seen anybody be as good on comebackers as Jacob Fair. Um, the guy is just unbelievable on comebackers. 6 feet, 7 feet, 8 feet, just rolling them in every time. And so Jacob Fair is going to win this thing. I really feel that way. I really feel that way. So yeah, Jacob Fair through 14 -2 on the tournament. Statham, Olofsson, both at even par in the tournament. Hans Olofsson has an exceptional round going. Hans Olofsson's even par on his second round so far, even par on the tournament. Chi Nguyen in 4th place with Nick Dunlap at +2 with 15 through 15 and Dunlap's through 14. So our top 3 is probably going to be Fair, Statham, and Olofsson, unless somebody just has like a blow up hole, which they probably won't. So Jacob Fair, Rainy Statham, Hans Olofsson. That's your top 3. In what order? Not sure. They did say that they're only going to play off first place. They're not going to play off second and third. So second and third will chop. So Statham and Olofsson will chop second and third. They'll chop that money. Jacob Fair's going to win this thing. Jacob Fair's going to win this thing. I hope. Jacob's a really good guy. Check out the team competition, see what's going on there. Still the same thing. However, I will say that it said through 15 for quite a while on Silverman Nguyen. There might be a blow-up number coming on that one. But right now we got a 5-way tie for first. Once again, they go to this alternate hole that sits off to the side. It's like this crazy hole. That's what they're going to do the playoff. Which I don't like that. I don't like that. Now, hopefully, some of these guys got in practice on that hole. Hopefully, they got in some practice. I know Jacob Fair did. I know Jacob Fair did. The other guys, maybe they overlooked it. Maybe they just thought it wasn't a big deal. No, I'm not going to need to practice that hole. Challenge hole. I think that's what it's called. The challenge hole. I was just in the tournament at the Michelob Ultra. You see the check here, 110 grand. It was a great tournament, and they were going to do a playoff on the challenge hole, and I got to do some practice on the challenge hole at Scottsdale, and it was the craziest freaking hole that exists at PopStroke. So they're going to play this thing off on this circus hole. I guess maybe that's good to get a winner and make it to where it's just not tie after tie after tie, which that can happen with pop stroke holes. Guys make 7 pars in a row and they keep on making pars, and you got to keep the place open past 1 o'clock. So I guess that's good to that in that way. In that way, I guess that's good. Let me refresh the team here. We're coming down the stretch, guys. 4 holes left to crown a champion. And folks, I was right. Tito Silverman and Chi Nguyen both bogey hole 8. Oh god, what a nightmare. That was an aceable hole. They got 2 holes left. They both bogeyed the hole. That's gonna cost them. That's gonna cost them big money because they're not gonna get into the playoff. Oh, heartbreaking. Tito is a good buddy of mine. He's come out to my tournaments. Tito lives in LA, and I know he's probably just him and she are probably just heartbroken right now to miss that, to bogey that hole, because you can't, it's not easy to get it back. Like once you bogey, like you're kind of screwed. So now we got a 4-way tie. Line Fair, Dunlap Johnson, Olafson Nichols, Cavalier and Macario, all tied at 3 under in the team. Let's get back over to the singles division. I don't think anything's changed there. Still Jacob Fair, but it still says through 15. Let's click on his hole, see what we got here. So he's parred 15. Yeah. So through 15. So he's got 3 holes to play, but they haven't listed the score yet. And it's been through 15 for quite a while. Yeah, let's hope Jacob Fair didn't have a blow up hole. If anything, if he hit a bad putt and he got himself in a bad spot, he's smart enough with a 2-stroke lead, because everyone sees these scores. You see it on your phone, so you know where you stand at all times. You got to figure that he would just lay up and not do something stupid and make a 4. You got to figure that. So at worst, if it's him blowing up on that hole, at worst, it would be a bogey, you would think. You would think. It's getting exciting. We're down to our last few holes here. Let's go back to the team. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Jacob Stats and Chris Johnson are out. They're at -1, unless they just make 3 aces in a row, which they're not going to. Gibraltar and Statham are out. They're at -1. They're 2 back. It's not going to happen. Dijanaro and Nathan Strand, great guys, great putters. It's just not going to be enough. Top 3. It's tough to get into a top 3. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We have a solo leader. Heat line, Jacob Fair, lead at -3. Oh no. Dunlap and Johnson, both bogey 14. Olafson Nichols, both bogey 14. They must be in the same group. 4 bogeys in a row. Holy shiznitty. So now we have solo leaders. Heat line and Jacob Fair are in the lead at -3. Holy cow. They got 3 holes left to take this home. 3 holes left to take this home. I'm rooting for Lion and Fair. Those are my guys. Good buddies with them down in Florida. Just got to play a bunch with them out in Daytona. The nicest of guys, family guys. They got great wives, great families. and they're going to be a whole heck of a lot richer here soon. Jacob Fair with half of 70,000, which I think was a little bit more than that because there was a couple more teams that came, but let's just say it's 35,000 for that, 25,000 for first. That's a $60,000 day. Jacob Fair, $60,000. It looks like it's going to happen. It looks like it's going to happen for him. Let's go back to the singles leaderboard, see if anything's changed there. Well, some things have changed. So now we got Jacob Fair -2, Rainey Statham even par, Hans Olafsson +1. Chi Nguyen has fallen back to +3. Let's see what he just did. He just had a bad hole. Oh, Chi Nguyen's done. Oh, he's still got 10 to play. Chi Nguyen did bogey 8. So Chi Nguyen at +3. Not going to happen for him in top 3. He's going to go home with no money, which is too bad. They should be paying the top 10 here. I understand paying the top 3, you get more money, but you could take 5,000 off of first place and pay at least give these guys $500 or something. You know, a little something for the effort, right? Like Caddyshack. A little something for the effort here. But nope, not in this tournament. Top 3 or bust. Brutal. It's just brutal. This game of competitive putting, when it comes to all the money you have to spend on travel and stuff, oh man, I've been there. You spend $3,000, $2,000, and you're sitting at the bar having a drink, watching these guys finish off, trying to figure out where it all went wrong. It's gonna be brutal for some of these guys, but they'll be back. Chinu Wen's won some good money over the last year with the PopStroke Championship, and he's cashed over at the WPT, so he's gonna be okay. But Jacob Fair's got this thing locked in. He's too good of a putter to blow it. He's just too good of a putter to blow it. It's over, in my opinion. Jacob Fair is going to be the champ. But he has some holes to play here. Nothing's updated. It's been a little while. It's been a little while since something's updated for Jacob Fair. So let's hope it's not a blow-up hole. Let's go back to the team, see if anything's refreshed there. All those teams were at -3, and they all fell off. But I guess in some way, it's not too bad because remember, they're only gonna according to that sheet that Nathan Strand sent me, they're only gonna play off first place. Everything else chops. So you got a four-way tie for second, and those guys can make they're gonna chop that second and third money. So that'll be good payday for those teams. Nick DeGennaro, Nathan Strand. Nick DeGennaro, Nathan Strand have one hole to play. Oh, Nick DeGennaro birdies hole 9. Now there's a discrepancy in the score. Hole 8's missing and hole 9 has been entered in, so maybe they missed the hole. But I'm pretty sure that they got one hole to play. So if one of them can ace, they will get into the cash. If one of them can make an ace, they will cash. This just in through 16. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair -3 through 16, both parred. 2 holes to play. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair leading the team. Jacob Fair leading the singles. They might take them both. Go back to the singles division. We're getting down to the wire here. Jacob Fair still leading at -2 through 16. Rainey Statham even par through 16. We had a nice second place finish for Rainey. Big paycheck for Rainey. I know Rainey isn't a rich guy. He's got money, but I know that he's not one of these rich guys that's flying private jets or anything. So I know Rainey, you know, that'll really help him out, which is, Hans, you know, it's good for him. He looks like he's going to get third. Um, tough to say. Tough to say what's going to happen here down the stretch. Nathan Strand, we got a chance at the money. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Let's check this out here. Let's go to the team leaderboard. Nathan Strand texted me, so they must be done. They must be done. Yes, they are done. Nathan Strand and Nick DeGennaro finish at -1 in the team. He said we have a chance at the money. They do have a chance, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good. But they do have a chance at -1. You got 3 teams tied at -2. Now, this just in, Tito Silverman and Chi Nguyen are in the clubhouse. They are the clubhouse leader in the team at 2 under. So they are now in. Christian Cavalier and Nick Macario hanging on. -2 through 16, 2 to play. Hans Olsen, Nate Nichols, -2. The thing about Hansi and Nate, but Hans has that firepower. He's got 2 holes left. Don't be shocked if Hansi aces one of these last 2 holes to get them into a tie for first. Don't be shocked. I'm gonna bounce back over to the singles division. Singles division here. Jacob Fair, -2. Rainy Stadium, even par. Let's talk to Nathan Strand right now. Nathan Strand, you're on Instagram Live, buddy. Or excuse me, YouTube Live. How's it going? Well done. Well done out there, buddy. Well done. You do have a chance. You do have a chance. It's gonna be tough. You need some guys to choke, but it's gonna be tough. I have the team at 3 under. Jacob Fair, Pete Lyon, 3 under. Tito Silverman, Chino in at -2. Cavalier, Macario, -2. Olson, Nichols, -2. I got on my team Tito Silverman, Chino in the clubhouse, -2.
Already. Good looking.
Yeah. I got the feed straight from the Golf Genius system, so I think this one's correct. But you fought hard, Nate. I'm proud of you. You did well. Even if you don't, even if you did, you gained 16 spots. What a great final round in that blue course. Tell me a little. You're on right now with YouTube Live. Tell the listeners here what was it like out there, man.
Put the look on to the left to get to. We could have got to 4 under actually.
Yeah, you had a great ham and egg round going here. Nick made a ton of bogeys, and you made pars to pick them up, and then he made some aces to pick things up. So it was a great team effort there in that final round, Nate. That's awesome, dude. Well, if you don't finish in the cash, bro, just hold your head up high. You fought hard. It's gonna. You did. You did. You're 1 stroke away from cashing right now. But these tournaments always come down to 1 stroke, dude, and you just can't look back, look forward. You guys had a great showing, bro. 5th place out of 57 teams, 58 teams, 5th place right now. Like, dude, definitely be happy, even if you don't cash. Be happy.
That's all the top people. So
Very few top players didn't make this one. Very few. Very few. Yeah, there were some guys, but very few. Yeah, I mean,
only Brock Gillespie.
yeah, yeah. Besides me, there's no one else that. No, yeah, right. Yeah. Well, Greg Newport, Gary Hester. There's a couple other ones probably, but hey, you're competing against the best in the world here, man. So this just in, Pete Line and Jacob Fair through 17 are leading at -3. They have 1 hole to play. Olsen Nichols have 1 hole to play as well. Well, anyway, Nate, thank you for giving me a call, buddy. I'm gonna do the commentary here down the stretch, and congratulations on your great finish, bud. That's Nathan Strand. 1 stroke from cashing. Heartbreaking, but it's always how it is, man. It's always 1 stroke. It's always one stroke. One stroke away from this, one stroke away from that. Now let's look at the singles competition. Folks, I'm just going to announce this right now. Jacob Fair is your PopStroke Invitational champion. Jacob Fair has a 2-stroke lead with 1 to play. There's no way he's going to double this hole. There's just no way. No way. He might even lay up for a bogey. I mean, why not? Then again, they're in the team, so he wouldn't do that. But Jacob Fair deserves it. Jacob Fair, like I said, has worked incredibly hard out there. The guy has put in the time, and he was my pick. Him or Pete Lyon were my picks. And once he kind of had the lead, and Pete maybe wasn't having his best day, I had a feeling that Jacob Fair was going to get this done, and Jacob Fair is going to get this done, folks. This one's in the bag. Jacob Fair -2, Rainy Stadium even par, Hans Olafson +1. That's going to be your top 3. In what order? Not exactly sure, but that's going to be your top 3. The next guys are Chino in at +3, Daniel Obremski +4, Jeff McNeil +5, Jeff Gibraltar +5, Apendra Modak. Great showing for him. Apendra, keep your head up, buddy. You tied with Jacob Stas and Jeff Gibraltar, 2 of the best putters of all time. So good job, Apendra. Way to go, buddy. Proud of you. Robert DeLoche, great finish at +6. Nick DeGennaro, great finish at +6. Nathan Strand battled hard, finished tied for 13th at +7. Great job for those guys. Let's go back to the team and see if there's anything that's changed there. Nothing has changed. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair still at -3. You got to figure in a team best ball. It's over. It's over. Pete Lyon, Jacob Fair. You got to think they're going to do it. I'm going to keep refreshing here. I keep refreshing. Olafson, Fair, and Statham all have 1 hole to play. Jacob Fair, what a nice guy. I mean, just a nice guy, a good guy. And it's almost over. Unfortunately, Rainey shot +3 in the final round, but +3 is still a good score. But it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to hold off Jacob Fair. Jacob Fair probably knew every single comeback around the property. I'm going to keep refreshing here. We're just about finished, guys. Thank you for the 15 people watching right now. Let me see. Francis Levine Courteau, like the pressure. I can't hear. He says he can't hear. Uh-oh. He's not hearing me. Well, someone else leave a comment if they're not hearing me, as I haven't done anything different. Turn the microphone up a little bit here. If someone else can leave a comment, let me know that you can hear me. Oh, you couldn't hear the interview. Okay. Yeah, I thought those interviews would come through, but I guess the phone is not working. Folks, it's official. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair are your 2025 team champions. Wow. -3. Tito Silverman, Chi Nguyen at -2. Thank you, Sherry Tate. Sherry Tate says she can hear me. Francis was talking about the phone interview. The phone you couldn't hear. Cool. Christian Cavalier and Nick Macario at -2. Hans Olafson, Nate Nichols at -2. Jeff Gibraltar, Rainy Stadium finished 1 out of the cash, along with Nick DeGennaro, Nathan Strand, Jacob Stas, Chris Johnson, and a slew of other teams. Now let's go to the singles division. Let's go to the singles division. Ladies and gentlemen, Jacob Fair is your singles champion. Rainy Stadium finishes 2nd, Hans Olafson 3rd. What an incredible top 3. Jacob Fair, Rainy Stadium, Hans Olafson. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Francis Levine Courteau said overtime for the team division. So let me go back to this message that I saw from Nathan Strand. they're only playing off first place, is what I thought I read here. Let me go back to it. Okay. Any ties for second or third will be divided among the number of teams players tied. So there's not going to be any overtime. The outright winner has been decided. The singles and team have been decided. And even though there's ties for second and third, it's going to chop the money, which I think that's good because you could be out there all night. And I don't like the playing on the challenge hole. Like, I don't like that. I don't like playing on the challenge hole. I don't think that you should decide this big of money on a challenge hole because those challenge holes are really, really crazy. They're just crazy. So let's go back to the singles division. Jacob Fair -2, Rainy Stadium even par, Hans Olsen +1, Chi Nu Wen finishes 2 out of the cash at +3. Daniel Obremski, have no idea who he is, had a hell of a tournament, +4. Jeff McNeil +5 at 6th place, along with Jeff Gibraltar, Jacob Stass, Robert DeLoche finishes 9th. Great finish for him. Nick DeGennaro jumps 13 spots in round 2 to finish +6, tied for 9th. Upendra Modak, great finish for him, +6. Nick Dunlap, the PGA Pro, finishes +6, tied for 9th. Nathan Strand, 13th place, +7, along with Seba Kakelkia, Bobby Ray, Chris Johnson, Nate Nichols. So that's it for the singles division. Let's just recap the team division here. So happy for these guys, man. So happy for these guys. Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair, -3. They win it. Silverman Nguyen. Oh, great payday for them. Christian Cavalier and Nick Macario and Hans Olsen, Nate Nichols. Those 3 teams tied for second. They're going to chop whatever it is, 30 grand or something. So they'll probably each take home 10 grand per team, maybe 5 grand a person. So, yeah, it's good paydays for those guys. Jeff Gibraltar and Rainy Stadium and the team finished tied for 5th, just out of the money, along with Nick DeGennaro, Nathan Strand, Jacob Stass, Chris Johnson. Tied for 8th, Braden Obremski, Daniel Obremski, Frank Besessi, Seba Kakelkia, Peter Canad, and Peter Bradbeer. Nick Dunlap and Corey Johnson unfortunately had a little bit of a bad back nine, nightmare back nine, finished even par. So what a tournament, guys. We got some oh yeah, thank you, Francis. He says congrats to my $10,000 win. Yeah, I needed the money. Thanks, man. It was a great win. It was a great win. But yeah, let's focus on these guys and let's see if maybe Rob Morris picks up the phone. Try to give Rob a call. Yeah, Rob's probably busy. All right, guys. Well, it's official. We got some big champions. I got some updating to do on that puttingchannel.com top 30 leaderboard. And even though Pete Lyon didn't have like the greatest round himself, he just won half of 35,000. And because he just won a bunch of tournaments, Pete Lyon's going to be up in that top 5. And Jacob Fair, God, I mean, maybe he's up there. I got to think about this. I got to weight the importance of past events and stuff. I got to think about it. But in that puttingchannel.com top 30 list, I mean, the main factor is money. The main factor is money. And these guys just won big money. Jacob Fair just won huge money. So maybe he's the number 1 putter in the world right now, in America. So yeah, I don't know. I got to think about it. Got a little bit to do tonight. Hey, thank you to everyone. 5 hours of live YouTube. I'm beat, man. I'm beat. Thank you to everyone who stuck around with me. Maybe I do this more often. I don't know. Maybe I never do it ever again. It was a lot of fun. But congratulations to Pete Lyon and Jacob Fair for winning the team, and congratulations to Jacob Fair for being the 2025 PopStroke Invitational champion. I don't think there's really much left to talk about, man. I think we've talked about it all, and yeah, wish I was down there, but hopefully I'm there for the next one. Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it, and hopefully we'll see you out at the next competitive putting tournament. Have a good one.